All right. Welcome, everybody, to the latest episode of the Xbox 2 podcast. I'm one of your hosts, Rand 19, the man with the million. And I'm joined, as always, by everyone's favorite Windows Central journalist or blogger or whoever refers to himself. We have executive editor or managerial editor or whatever his job title is this week. Jez Corden, my buddy. He's here. What's up, bud?
Hello, Rand. Oh, it's been a week. It's been a week and a half, but we made it.
I've seen some of your tweets. You know, you're just kind of you're vaguing it up.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, it's been a tough week, work and corporate stuff and all that kind of thing. And sometimes it just kind of gets you down, doesn't it? But now we're here with the lovely Xbox 2 universe and your lovely self, and can relax and forget all that corporate stuff and just enjoy some gaming news, some hijinks, some decompression, I suppose you should say. Yeah.
Of course.
So we're chilling. We're chilling now.
We're chilling. Hey, I mean, at least you're having a better week than the people that went to the Coldplay concert, huh?
Slightly.
Could you imagine?
Oh man. Yeah, like I just can't even imagine that. Like I saw the clip on Reddit when it first started going viral of like the CEO and the CPO sort of cuddling and stuff, and then the Coldplay guys put the camera on them, and then they looked instantly mortified. And then Coldplay's Chris Martin, right? He comes out and says, either they're really shy or they're having an affair. Turns out they were having an affair. So that's like sitcom grade kind of tomfoolery, right? I feel so bad for his wife.
That thing was just all over social media, right? You couldn't escape it. And I was thinking, I was like, what a way for like their spouses to find out, right?
Awful.
How awful that would be, like essentially seeing that and then being like, oh, okay. Because, I'm not saying like I had a situation like that when I was younger between my parents, but it's one of those things where, my parents are divorced, right? And
Same.
When the divorce kind of went through, or the divorce was first going to happen, there was a lot of rumors, and then like sort of in the community, like my mom started playing it up and bringing her boyfriend along, and people were like, what the hell? You know what I mean? So like, obviously not on the stage of like, hey, we're outed at a Coldplay concert, but in a kind of similar fashion in a certain extent. Like people, like they went to like a party together and there was like 100 people, and then suddenly it was just like, oh wait, what's going on here? You know what I mean? Obviously not on that scale, but so it's kind of like, okay, like I remember hearing about it and being like, really? This? So when I saw this, I was like, it makes me wonder if they didn't react, right? If the guy didn't just drop down to his knees so he couldn't get seen and the girl turned her back, and then like the head of HR was the one on the left who had this big smile on her face. I just sort of wonder if they just played it off, if it would have went unnoticed. Because I think like by drawing attention to it, to the fact that they both immediately were like, we don't want to be seen together. Suddenly people are like going to detective mode on the internet, right? Yeah. And then within seconds, they're like, wait a minute, I know that person. He's the CEO. And obviously they're like CEO of a company, so maybe they're more visible to some people. Like, that's this person and that's this person. And here's their LinkedIn and here's their Facebook and here's this thing. And oh my God, that's not his wife. Right?
Yeah.
Where I sort of wonder in my head,
maybe
if they just played it off, how quickly the camera would have moved to somebody else, and then maybe they get away with it, or maybe it was just like as soon as that happens, like, oh. But then imagine like going to a Coldplay concert with hundreds, potentially tens of thousands of people, thinking you're good because you got your side piece with you and whatever, and then you get put up on the main screen and I don't know, like the whole and then now you got people defending them. Like, I don't know if you saw the people like, oh, it wasn't right of Coldplay to put him up there, that's an invasion of privacy and all that sort of stuff. And it's just like, okay, sure, I don't know if you have privacy at a Coldplay concert or whatever, but still, screw cheaters, bro, is what I gotta say about that. They deserve it.
I feel, yeah. I mean, the spouses didn't deserve it, like, especially like when you double it up with the virality of it and the memes, and you gotta live with that shit now. But like, did you see the guy's apology?
Yeah. He took
blaming Chris Martin.
Well, yeah, he took responsibility, but then immediately put it all on Coldplay. Like,
yeah,
dude,
so
come
funny.
on, like,
bro.
I couldn't believe it. It's just like, oh man.
Yeah, and this I hadn't heard of the company, but it's like it's some AI astronomer AI company or something. So like, he's probably gonna have to resign or something because he's brought so much negative attention on his company, which is, from what I can tell, not exactly super well known. I don't know, man. But yeah, that was the big viral news of the week. What a weird one. Yeah.
Is that something you fear like stepping out there with your girlfriend, like, and your mistress and your side piece?
Hardly. But someone in chat did make a funny joke earlier. I can't find it now. It was something like, oh, where was it? I can't find it, but someone in chat said, I heard Jez and Rand were caught at a Coldplay concert together recently. Imagine being outed as a Coldplay fan.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that joke. So imagine that. Hey, you know what? Coldplay's not a bad band. They're pretty good back. They're pretty good back in the day.
Come on.
Hey, I like some of their songs. And
this is all yellow. No, they're terrible, man.
You don't like Coldplay? Is it because they're from your country? They're your fellow Brits?
I suppose part of it maybe is a bias like that, because they were inescapable in the UK when they were coming up, and also they
were inescapable here at a certain point where they were probably the biggest band in the world.
Yeah. Well, they broke America and then they just completely ditched the UK.
As you would, as anybody should. Yeah. Like if
Ozzy Osbourne just came back to the UK to do his final tour show. To Birmingham.
If you're from the UK or whatever and you're big there, but then you make it here in the States, yeah, I turn my back on the UK. I mean, it's a tiny island after all. It's almost crazy. It's almost crazy that the tiny island known as Britain, there used to be back in the day where you could say the sun never sets on the British Empire. Like, that small of a tiny island controlled a lot of, were a lot of British colonies across the world. It's kind of crazy when you think about it,
Sure did.
About what's the size of Britain? Like Rhode Island or something? Like basically like 5 miles by 5 miles or something? Britain's pretty small, right? You can drive across it in 30 minutes?
Something like that. I mean, it's not much more. I think it's like, I live right in the middle of England, and you can catch a train to the beach. It's like, what, 2 or 3 hours or something? It's not that big. Pretty small. It's long though. It's quite long. Going all the way up to the Hebrides or whatever. It's quite a trip, but yeah, man. How you been though? Other than that, you been good?
Yeah,
you had a good week?
Been good. Chilling. It's one of those things that sometimes, I don't know if anybody else in chat gets like this sometimes, or someone, even yourself, but sometimes, like, when you finish like a huge game, a game that's taken a long time, like, you're not, I don't know, like, I usually feel like for myself, like, I spent like close to 70 hours in Death Stranding 2, and I finished it late last week, so I think I finished it on Thursday, and we did the show on Friday, and I talked about my full thoughts on the game, where, really enjoyed it, better than the first game, not my game of the year currently, but probably going to be in my top 5, right? I did mention that Kojima's got some fucking balls on him, though. Remember?
Yep. He's
Uh,
got
he's got some fucking balls
Kojima
on
hard in
him
this game.
with some of the stuff that happens in that game. But I sometimes, like, when you finish something and you've been playing something for so long, you kind of you don't really want to start anything like new right away, you know?
Yeah, I feel that. I feel that.
And sometimes it's because like something was so good that when it ends, you kind of feel empty.
Yep, I definitely get that.
But no, I didn't feel
I
empty
felt
when I
like
finished Death Stranding 2. It was just like I don't really want to start anything right now. I kind of just want
I
to.
yeah, I felt like that when I finished Rogue Trader because I
Okay.
played Rogue Trader like non-stop for about 250, 300 hours, something like that. And then like after I finished it, like this huge epic storyline with mountains of reading and stuff like that, I really didn't want to play anything too story heavy.
Right.
So like I've still been playing other games, but they've been like I've been playing Darkest Dungeon, I've quite a fair bit. Accidentally deleted my save file the other day though.
Oh yeah.
So I've got to start over. Yeah. Because it's so dumb. So in Germany, or when you're outside of the United States, when you're using xCloud, the languages default to the local area. And in the xCloud app, you can't change the default language. So I was trying to change the language in Darkest Dungeon in German, and I was tired and I wasn't thinking straight, and I was just kind of rushing it. And somehow I managed to delete my save file instead of
Ooh.
finding the options
Ouch.
menu.
Ow.
Yeah, so deleting my Darkest Dungeon save file. And obviously it's cloud saved, there's no way to get it back, so yeah, pretty annoyed. But yeah, I've been playing Darkest Dungeon, Keeper's Toll as well, I've been playing that a lot. I know I've talked about that before. Someone on Twitter accused me of running paid ads for Keeper's Toll. But Keeper's Toll is like an indie game like Vampire Survivors, but
Running
sort of
ads.
dark. Yeah. Because I kept talking about it because I really like the
Oh.
game. But it's an indie game that's similar to Vampire Survivors, but with a Dark Souls kind of flavor. Like boss battles and stuff. It's really
There's a
cool.
lot of
It's a
those
really
games
fun little
now,
game.
like the Vampire Survivors type games.
Oh
right?
yeah, there's so many. There's so many.
All right, well.
But I picked this up specifically because it's Xbox Play Anywhere, and I wanted something that I could play on my Lenovo Legion Go as well.
Okay.
And I was just like, oh, I'll try this, and yeah, it's really good. I mean, and also Tainted Grail Conquest, not to be confused with the other Tainted Grail game, which is kind of like Elder Scrolls.
Is it the same company or is it like a whole?
It's the same universe, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So Tainted Grail Conquest is like it's like a 3D Slay the Spire kind of game. It's a deck building roguelike set in the Tainted Grail universe, and it's also Xbox Play Anywhere. So I also grabbed that. It's on sale, like Xbox Ultimate sales going on right now.
Yes, Xbox
I bought a load
Ultimate
of games.
sale.
I bought Suikoden, or however you pronounce that. I bought
Final Fantasy
Broken
16's
Sword.
on sale. If you've been waiting
Yeah.
for Final Fantasy 6, I know like Final Fantasy 16 is newer because I think it released on Xbox a month ago, month and a week.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
it was already sort of price wasn't full price, but it was like
50
it was like
pounds,
50, and then they had the complete edition for 70, I think it was. But
No.
that's already on sale. I think you can get it for $35. If you want to experience Final Fantasy 16, which I think, as I said before, some of the highest of highs, some of the lowest of lows. So
yeah, it has these amazing, spectacular set piece moments, and then the next minute you're doing a side quest digging through piles of dirt.
Although it's interesting
really
because
clear,
it's
like the teams weren't all on the same page building that game, man.
it's very much like because I loaded it up recently just to kind of like, am I gonna play this again? Because I didn't do any of the DLC or expansions, and then Clive started talking, and I'm like, hello, Verso. It's, because this Ben Starr does both the voices, and I'm like, oh,
It's a really good. I will say this about Final Fantasy 16, like I've seen people criticize its story and characters, but I really like
you just
what
didn't
I've
like
seen
the
of it.
gameplay. I don't think you like
I
the
just
combat.
hated the gameplay.
Yeah.
No, I don't like. I think the combat's just a little basic and unsatisfying, you know.
Yeah,
But
I hear you.
I really like the setting, the story, the more serious tone. Like there's a bit of blood and Game of Thronesy, almost kind of vibe they're going for. I
Right.
like the maturity. I really like that direction, but like, um, I don't know. It just the execution wasn't spectacularly good. But I think like the price that's up there is really fair, and also it's Xbox Play Anywhere, which again is
I mean,
fantastic.
you're all about Xbox Play Anywhere.
Yeah, for Spoken is on sale on the Xbox PC right now for
Yeah,
20, 20
unfortunately,
70%.
you can't play that on console though.
No, you can't. You cannot. Frostpunk 2 is on sale. Greedfall's on sale
I mean,
for 80% off.
there's a
$5.
lot of games on sale that if you're
Yeah.
interested in, like they do
Is
these
Greedfall any
ultimate
good?
sales. Maybe, I mean, they do sales often enough, right? Usually tied to like there's the Christmas sale or New Year's sale, or
Yeah.
they do sales often, and you'll normally see it's like the same games that are on sale at the same
Yeah, yeah,
prices
yeah,
or
yeah.
whatever. But yeah, like there's plenty of, if you need something to play or want something to play, there's plenty of stuff there. And I was just kind of sitting there because, I finished like Death Stranding 2 last week, and I'm like, okay, what do I want to play next? And I was just looking through my stuff, and I'm like, I think maybe I'll start the Alters. I don't know. Like I'm very cautious about the Alters because I want to play it because of the whole sci-fi aspect, the whole
I've only
cloning
heard
thing.
good things, man.
I know,
I've
but
only heard.
the thing that puts me off about the Alters is that like XCOM-ness of it,
Survivalism.
where
It's not like XCOM, dude.
I know, but I'm just saying it's probably something I need to get over because I love the premise, I love the setting, that whole management stuff I've never liked in games, and that's really what's putting me off of Alters. So I'm just
Push
like,
past it, man. Push
yeah,
past
and
it.
it's like,
It's a
okay,
very interactive game.
Mafia doesn't come out until like beginning of August, so it's like, okay, well, I might play the Alters, I might play something else. I know everybody's talking about Donkey Kong
Oh, yeah. Where's
Bonanza,
Bonanza?
I believe it is.
Yep.
And
Everyone says that. It looks really good, honestly. It looks fantastic.
yeah, I mean,
I mean,
think
a lot of those Nintendo games look great. Like the kind of games that I would want to play. It's just like I ain't buying a console just for like a couple
well,
of
yeah.
games.
So that's when I was looking. Remember when I said when I thought about the Nintendo Switch 2, like I was like, okay, how much did I actually use my Nintendo Switch? And the answer to that question was very little. I maybe played 5 games on it, and even some of the games I didn't even finish. Like I remember playing Super Mario Odyssey, and I think maybe I played it for 5 or 8 hours, and I was just like, and I don't know, like I just stopped playing it because I think there's other games on other consoles I wanted to play. Like I think maybe a PlayStation game came out or an Xbox game, so I was like, let me put down this Mario game. I had Breath of the Wild, but I never played it. I actually used that system to play a lot more indie games that were interesting to me at the time that were only available on Switch. Some of them eventually did come to Xbox later on, but so I was just like, okay, well, when I was thinking about Nintendo Switch 2 in my head, I was like, okay, this thing's $450 because I have no interest in Mario Kart World, so why would I spend $500 for it, right? So it's like $450, but I also need a Pro controller because my old one doesn't work, and I didn't like playing the Nintendo Switch handheld mode, so I had to have it docked. So I'm like, I gotta get a controller.
You can buy a little adapter which lets you use an Xbox controller.
I know you can use the Joy-Cons and put. I would need a Pro controller, is what I'm saying. So I was like, okay, that's like another $80. Plus, I'm like, what games do I really even want to play? And it was like, yeah, Metroid Prime 4. And I was like, And Donkey Kong, when I was watching the trailers, I was like, oh, I mean, this could be interesting. But I didn't even finish Super Mario Odyssey, not because it wasn't a good game, but because I think something else came out at the time, and I put it down. And the thing with me is, and I know this is a me problem, is that if I pass something up to do something else, I almost sort of think in my head that the thing I passed it up for isn't worth going back to do. You know, for example, like I remember back in like 2017 when Wolfenstein 2 and Assassin's Creed Origins came out the same day. So a dilemma, which one do I play? So I played Wolfenstein 2 because I love Wolfenstein, I love machine games. Not to say that I don't like Assassin's Creed, because I do, but that was also the first Assassin's Creed where they kind of flipped the script, or at least had their new gameplay systems where it was more inspired by Dark Souls than it was like the previous Assassin's Creeds. And so I bought both games because I was like, I'll play both of them. And then I played Wolfenstein 2, and it was like the busy holiday season. So like once I finished Wolfenstein 2, there was another game to play and another game to play and another game to play. And eventually, as time went on, it was like, I still have Assassin's Creed Origins, and I never went back to play it. And that's just one example. There are plenty of other examples I could probably give. But sometimes in my head, when I pass up a game to play something else, and then more, it like, I sort of feel like,
to go back, right?
Well, it's not so hard to go back. It's like I feel like it's not worth going back to because I skipped it. You know what I mean? Even though, and I know that's probably a wrong thing to think, and it totally is my problem, an issue with myself. But that's why I haven't gone back to certain things. And it's like, hey, I'm sure there's people in chat or whatever saying, you could just play it now. You're not playing anything particularly because like you just finished Death Stranding 2. Why don't you go play Assassin's Creed Origins? I'm like, I mean, I could, because I do want to play Assassin's Creed Origins at some point, but I'm like, also, 2 open world games essentially back to back. I don't know, that might burn me out in that manner.
No, I feel that.
I just sometimes
there's always like the new shiny thing, and
true, that is.
And like you can talk to friends about it because they'll probably be playing it as well, right? There's that social aspect to it as well to some degree. I don't know.
Yeah, so is this
like
that's a me problem. So obviously, like when you're focused on, when you only have like one console or maybe 2, or you have PC and you have all these games and they all come out, and then you're just like, I passed up on this, and then there's more stuff coming out. I always find it's more difficult to go back personally, and that's just something with me. So when I was thinking about the Switch 2,
you're not beating the trending gamer accusations, bro.
It's not even that. It's just like, well, if I wanted to be trendy gamer, I'd be playing Donkey Kong right now, wouldn't I?
That is true.
So
that is true.
I'm not playing Donkey Kong, so I can't be trendy gamer. But with Donkey Kong, it was just a matter of really looking at it and being like, I'm gonna buy this system, and it's gonna cost me $450 plus $80 for the thing. I was like, we're probably at $600 before a game, and I might only play 2 games, or at least I only know of 2 games that I'm, I only really know one game that I'm interested in, and that's Metroid Prime 4. Yeah, it seems like too much money. So, and then even the thing is, like, even if I had the Switch 2, I'm not even sure if I would even play Donkey Kong. I know my buddy Gopher is probably listening to this, screaming at the top of his lungs because he's like, it's going to be Game of the Year and you're missing out and all that stuff. And I'm like, that's good, that's fine.
I've seen people tip it for Game of the Year.
Well, I mean, it's rated highly enough, right? When you look at Game of the Year this year, it's a tough field. But also, I sort of feel like we have 4 or potentially 5 nominees locked, right? If you look at the highest rated games of the year, Expedition 33 is a lock, in my opinion. Death Stranding 2 is a lock. I think Donkey Kong's a lock. So that's 3 games. I think Split Fiction's a lock, which is, one of the reasons why I'm playing the gameplay for it, because I was like, I knew I'd bring it up here. So that's 4 titles out of 6. And we're in July. And that's not even like the big fall rush. So I already think there's 4 games that have basically carved out their spot. And Split Fiction doesn't have a chance of winning, in my opinion, because it takes 2-1, even though Split Fiction I think is a better game all around. But then you think, well, man, if they don't, because they usually also like to give a nod to an indie game, right? Because last year Balatro was nominated. Remember, in all the hubbub about Balatro, like how could Balatro get nominated over something
There's
else?
blueprints for that, right?
Yeah, I was thinking, well, Blueprints. So maybe you already have 5 nominees because the people who vote on these awards are also the people who are in the the Keeley pool. So it's like you might already have 5 nominees already, and you still have the whole back half of the year ready to go. Not to mention there's Monster Hunter Wilds, which reviewed extremely high, and Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, which reviewed very high. I mean, you still have all the games coming out later this year, and it's like, are we looking at a 3-way race for Game of the Year between Expedition 33, Death Stranding 2, and Donkey Kong? Potentially?
Yeah.
Is that like the strong candidates there for that?
Yeah. Dover in chat says, don't you have Mind's Eye on your Game of the Year list, right?
Oh, yeah. For sure. Mind's Eye, Game of the Year. Absolutely.
There was a discussion on Reset Era recently that the building where Mind's Eye was made has been listed for sale or something.
Really? Like the build a rocket people, like the dev building.
I think if I'm heard correctly, then yeah.
Oh, well, I don't know what happened there. But anyways, you know what? Let's do some housekeeping. Let's get into the show. Do us a big favor, guys. If you haven't hit the like button already, please do that for us. Smash it, as the cool kids say. Smash that like button. Helps out in various ways. Subscribe to the channel if you're new or haven't already. That would get updates on when we go live, which is usually every Friday. And share this out. Let everybody know that we are live. The Xbox 2 podcast is live right now. I've been live for 30 minutes, and we have just been blabbing about stuff. Like when I DM'd Jez earlier because I overslept. I forgot to set my alarm, which is the first time for everything. So the podcast notification went out late, and so I messaged him like, podcast, or we always do. What do we always say to each other? Podcat. We don't even say podcast. It's podcat. And I said,
I don't know why. I don't know when that started.
You started it. It wasn't me.
Yeah. Yeah. We call it podcast. I don't know why.
And I know this week has been, light on stuff happening, which usually typically summer months are, right?
Yeah.
So I said podcat, and then I'm like, or unless you want to skip, because I knew Jez was having a rougher week. Maybe you need to recharge the batteries or whatever. And then Jez is like, no, I'm ready to go. And then he's like, ... unless you want to skip. And I'm like, no, I'm good too.
Well, I wondered why you asked that.
I would, because I knew. So I was just like, but here we are. And, we'll do our best to entertain everybody. So hit the like button, share this out, subscribe to the channel. And, Jez, we have a sponsor for this episode, yes?
We sure do, Rand. Bear with me a moment while I pull the ad read.
There's a hint. There's a hint.
Illustrious and wonderful sponsor this week, as usual, is the awesome people over at Surfshark VPN. That's a surfing shark.
That's the shark makes when it bites you in the leg, drags you under the water, rolls over.
Full disclaimer: I'm not a marine biologist. And I don't know for sure if sharks make a noise at all. But let's just assume, for the sake of argument, that they do.
Okay.
Anyways, looking for a smarter way to protect your digital life? Surfshark VPN is your all-in-one solution for safe, seamless online browsing. Whether you're watching your favorite shows, leveling up in your favorite games, or just catching up on the latest internet trends, Surfshark has your back with blazing fast speeds and support for unlimited devices. Ready to experience internet freedom like never before? Surfshark helps you cut through online barriers with ease. No more geo-blocks, no more restrictions. Access global content, unlock new possibilities, and enjoy a cleaner, faster browsing experience thanks to Surfshark's clean web technology, which fends off ads, trackers, and malware all before they reach you. Your privacy is a top priority with a strict no-logs policy. Your online activity stays yours and yours alone. And with Surfshark's powerful encryption, your personal data is wrapped in layers of security, giving you a total peace of mind while you surf. Here's a deal you won't want to miss. Xbox 2 podcast listeners get a whopping 86% off a 2-year Surfshark plan. Reclaim your online freedom. Click the link in the description to get started. Browse boldly, browse safely, browse with Surfshark. Rawr, rawr. So yeah, Surfshark VPN, they're giving us an amazing 86% off 2-year plan that works out to around $2 a month. I think it's actually more than 2 years, 2-year plan. I think it's like 2 years and 2 months or something. And yeah, if you check out the link in the description, link in the chat, supports the show, and you also get an amazing VPN on top of it. I've been using the VPN a lot recently because Germany doesn't have any WWE on Netflix. And I completely forgot about that when I came back here. And I was trying to find it on Netflix. I was like, where the hell is it? And yeah, so Germany has no WWE on Netflix, but you know, thanks to Surfshark, can connect to the UK, spoof my location, and then I get access to my UK shows on Netflix. So that's really cool. And yeah, so and as countries increasingly try to institute age checks and blocks and all kinds of things in the UK now, Rand, you need to have age verification to use Reddit. If the subreddit's flagged as 18 for whatever reason, it might not even be, not safe for work.
What sort of not safe for work Reddits are you looking at, sir?
Well, I don't know, but I don't know if it's for new accounts or what, but I saw that in the news that Reddit now in the UK is going to need age verification. It hasn't dinged me yet, but that's the kind of thing that you would use a VPN for, right?
Sure.
Because as far as I know, age verifications, you don't need it if you're in America. So, yeah, VPNs are very, very popular right now for a variety of reasons, mostly to do with government overreach in some ways, potentially. And the deal with Surfshark is a good one to check out if you're so inclined. But yeah, thanks to Surfshark for sponsoring the video, and thanks to anyone who tries to check it out.
Yeah, thank you very much. We also have the wonderful members of our Patreon over at patreon.com/XB2. Links in the description. We love each and every one of you, as well as all the listeners of the show. Good way to support the show is by joining the Patreon or super chatting or what have you. Hopefully everybody enjoyed the Xbox 2+1 we redid with Colin from Last Stand and Sacred Symbols.
Yep.
I thought it was really well done. It was like 3.5 hours. That stuff's available for everybody. It's on Jez's channel. It was like exclusive for a week, which is usually what we do with that Xbox 2+1. Because normally when you ask people to come on, they'd be like, yeah, sure, and then they'll be like, okay, it's exclusive for Patreon, but they also be like, they don't want it like always exclusive because it's like, what do they get out of it really? Because you're taking their time, which they could be doing other things. It's like, okay, well, it'll be exclusive for a little bit, and then everybody will be able to listen to it and stuff. So usually people are 100% fine with that. Question and answer thread is up for anybody who is on that tier. If you want to drop me and Jez a question, we'll answer it at the end of the show as we always do. And yeah, I think we'll probably be doing something next week. I don't know if it's Xbox 2+1 or an Xbox Ultimate, but we'll definitely be doing something. So be on the lookout for that. And we do got the shout-outs here for the Xbox 2 MVPs. We got Resin Force, iMike0, Tier, Shrapnel, Inner Machine, Holy Dark That, Steve Stompy, 09C Mine, James Wiseau, Tricks Are for Trey, Laserwolf, Battered Haddock, Army Dude 52C, Foreign Object, RS Donks, Silas, James Moore, Fantasticals, Katriox, Bright Tundra 1, Discarded Caboose, Justin Duel, Sean Kramer, PB Broking, Asa T and Madison, Governor Grimm, DZ Huffin, Wagerman, Pat Rock, Scarcely Relevant, Adam Bartolo, Darren Torpy, Briggs Country, Prof JJJ, and Wolfgang KPZ. Thank you guys so much for continuing to support myself and Jez in this endeavor that we call the Xbox 2. So, yeah, with that housekeeping out of the way, Jez, let's take a look at any super chats. We've got a couple of them. So, Dovo just became a newest member of the channel. Appreciate you. Enjoy the emotes. And we do have a super chat here from Jojo who says, I'm playing through Cyberpunk again. How do you use the cloud save to unlock achievements for all the endings? I appreciate you. Can you? How do you
Wait,
use?
what?
He wants to know how to use the cloud saves to unlock achievements for all the endings.
Oh, he's talking about your hacks.
No, well, see the different. Look, Cyberpunk lets you save whenever you want, right? But it also has cloud saves because you could take your save and then play it on PC and leave it right where you're left off. In fact, I don't know if you remember this, but when I first started playing Cyberpunk, like the first day I played it, within like an hour, I had that big problem. You remember, right? Where I was played it and then I think I turned it off and I went back because something came up. And then I went back, turned it back on, and the game wouldn't load the main menu. Like it literally sat there. It literally sat there for like 20 minutes before it loaded the main menu, and then it loaded the main menu, and I couldn't get my saves. They weren't there.
Damn.
So I'm like, what's going on here? Like I was so excited to play Cyberpunk, and geez, that's like 2 years ago, isn't it? Did I play Cyberpunk last year or 2 years ago? It was last year. It was last year, right?
I have no idea.
When did Phantom Liberty come out? Well, that was 2023, right?
I have no idea.
Okay, I want to say
time's an abstract concept to me now.
Yeah, okay. Time's an abstract concept. All right. No, it had to have been last year because Phantom Liberty came out in 2023 and I played Cyberpunk in 2024. So yes, a year ago. Really about a year ago, almost probably this exact time frame because there was nothing coming out in the summer. And then so I went searching on Google, and it was just like I said what problem I had, and there was like Reddit things about, oh, that's an issue with cloud saves or whatever in the game. So when I eventually was able to get back in, I disabled cloud saves because I'm not going to go play Cyberpunk on the PC or anywhere else. I was like, I don't need these enabled. But the reason if Jez brings up my hacking, and it's not hacking, it's because Cyberpunk lets you save wherever. So if you want to do multiple saves, or if you want to do the multiple endings, you pretty much have to have your saves ready, and then just reload a previous option before choice, and choose the opposite choice, and then replay from there. You know how that's your basic typical way to doing it, right? But Elden Ring, which is what Jez is referring to, is Elden Ring doesn't have any safe slots. It just has one. And if you make a choice, well, you can't reload a save because there's only one slot and it gets immediately overwritten. So the way you do that to get all the endings outside of like, okay, making sure you have all the requirements for it, is that you pick the one. How exactly do you do it?
You can't even remember your own dirty tricks.
So
Rand.
The way you do it is like you have everything set up and you're about to do the ending, and you turn off the Xbox. And because when you turn off the Xbox, that's when it's supposed to upload the save to the cloud, right? Like when you turn it off. So then you load the game back up, and you'd be at that point you'd want to be. So then you do the ending, you get the achievement. You basically then, without closing the game, because when you close the game, it uploads the save file to the cloud. You go into My Games and Apps, and then you would click on Elden Ring, and you would basically, you would delete the local save. So you delete the local save, and the game would restart back up. And because there's no local save anymore, it pulls the latest save from the cloud. Where the latest save from the cloud was at the point where you would make the choice. And because you didn't close the game out, it wasn't overwritten. So then you could make a different choice and get a different ending and get the other achievement. And then you would do the same thing. You would just delete the local save, re-download the save from the cloud, and do it again. Jez somehow thinks that's hacking and cheating.
It's major hacks, man. You're supposed to play the game all over again from the start. That's how you're supposed to do it, Rand.
That's how you're supposed to do it.
I can't believe you would cheat.
Ain't got time for that. So you don't have to do that for Cyberpunk. Unless there's something I'm not aware of. You can just set your saves manually and then when you're
Yeah, you can just
done, and
load up
just
an older
load up
save.
an old save and do the opposite thing. And all the saves are worth seeing, I think. That is something I did do, is I did see all the saves. So,
I don't know. Chat seems split on whether or not you're a hacker right now.
please, chat's just no, come on, that's not true.
I don't know. It's a little bit of hacks, bro. I don't know.
A little bit of hacks is what you're saying.
A little bit of hacks, bro.
Well, you know, speaking of Cyberpunk, they did put out a new update. I'm sure you saw, right? Update 2.3. Even though they said that the last update was going to be the last update ever for the game, they did put out a new update. And I mean, there's not really much in there. I think they added some new cars and some quality life improvements and stuff like that. But, you know, realistically, some minor stuff, some things to photo mode. But people
added taxi, auto-driving cars and stuff like that. Some of like the GTA quality of life stuff.
People were expecting like a new expansion. People were expecting
people did get a bit overhyped.
PS5 Pro update support. I mean, they did add support for VRR, which, you know, makes games the frame rate if you have a compatible TV.
Oh, dude. What was I playing recently? That has a VRR mode. Oh, it's Avowed, actually. So like one of the modes in Avowed is a 40 FPS VRR.
They have
quality
a 30
mode.
they have 30 FPS mode, a
fantastic.
40 FPS mode, and a 60 FPS mode,
Yeah. But the 40 FPS mode is only available if you've got VRR, because not being a multiple of 30 or whatever it is, you get screen tearing if you don't have VRR at 40 frames. So they added that in for people who've got the right TVs or whatever. It's fantastic. I think that's like really is the sweet spot for games if they support that. So it's cool to see like them add that kind of stuff. And it's something I really miss with the Lenovo Legion Go, because it doesn't have VRR, whereas the ROG Ally does, and the Xbox Ally is going to have it as well. VRR is like awesome. But Rand, on the topic of Cyberpunk, you know, you said that people overhyped it a little bit, maybe. There's new conspiracy theories about what might be for a next update for Cyberpunk. Have they come out and said that this is going to be the last one or not?
I don't know. They might have, but then again, they did they did say before, like, they're done updating the game, and then this update came out. So who knows?
So the new conspiracy theory is because one of the things this update added was loads of in-game posters.
Okay.
That are completely new for a casino.
Oh.
So people are now sort of like, are they adding a casino in the future now? So that's the new conspiracy
theory. Isn't that
theory.
something like GTA 5 added eventually? Was like an online casino to
maybe
to the thing. Well, I'm thinking, like they add an update when Cyberpunk Edgerunner Season 2 releases. Remember they had an update when Cyberpunk Edgerunners came out. You could play you could basically build the build that David was using, and then there were certain things from the show they put in the game, and they timed it perfectly. And you don't really ever see this, where it was like the update came out, I think it was like almost like on top of the anime. And I remember like watching the anime and being like, oh my god, I need to play Cyberpunk. This anime is amazing. And, you know, the anime is like standalone, so even with the announcement of Season 2, which you had to have known they were going to do it, even though it told a self-contained story, that show probably did numbers for Netflix and CD Projekt Red and Studio Trigger, I believe, that they're like, Trigger. We probably should do another one. And they are doing another one. And it's like, okay, well, I guess it depends on how long it takes. But you could maybe see an update where they add things from that show into this, potentially.
Well, could the because I think the casino was cut content originally.
Okay.
So I mean, a casino could be a good setting for the season. I mean, have you ever seen the movie Casino?
Of course. Who hasn't seen the movie Casino? Great movie.
I love Casino. Yeah, great movie. Casino's a bit shady, man.
Sure.
A little bit shady.
Yeah. Organized crime.
Yeah, organized crime, you know, a bit a bit predatory. It kind of fits the universe of Cyberpunk. So, you know, they've already sort of tackled the cyber psychosis themes and also, you know, the street kid themes, you know, coming up as a mercenary from the bottom. What if the next season is about a casino and as part of the season release, there's going to be a casino update for the game? I think that
You know,
probably works.
this is probably a tangent, and it definitely will be, but it is about like gambling because casinos, gambling. Do you remember maybe when we were younger, and this goes for anybody in chat,
Long time ago.
where gambling was seen as a vice, where like people looked down on you if you went to a casino or if you were gambling and you had to do like shady things to actually gamble, you know, like go to Vegas and bet on it. I'm just sort of amazed that I guess maybe I shouldn't be because money talks. At how like normal legalized gambling has become.
Well,
Especially with like sporting events, like it's all online. I know not every single state allows it, but a lot of the states do. And you'll watch like sports programs, and there's like sports programs dedicated to, you know, the over and under and all the different like bets you could make on football and baseball and basketball. And it's just even ESPN, they constantly push it, like even during the games, just betting. And I'm just like, it's crazy because it's like if you think about like 20 years ago where it was and how vilified it was, where like you had to go to Vegas or you had to go to this one spot where there was like horse racing betting, right? Or whatever. Or, you know, casinos had to be on the waterfront, like there was a thing in the water and you had to go to now it's like you can just bet from the comfort of your own home
from an app,
you know, and it's the turnaround, and I know it's all because of money, right? It's all taxed and all those sort of things, and it's just like whatever. But how crazy it's been normalized, and how it's pushed by, you know, the ESPN and all the big sports stuff, where they have shows dedicated to like betting and stuff, and it's kind of crazy when you think about it, considering where it was before. But.
Yeah, it's always been a thing in the UK. Like there's my entire life as a kid, I lived near a betting shop. There's like since I was little, it's been pretty normal in the UK the whole way through. But I think what was not legal was casinos, because I remember when Tony Blair brought in the law where it was like, okay, casinos are legal now, even though like every town had like shitloads of betting shops. Like just little shops where you could bet on the horses or dog racing or any kind of racing, I think. But yeah, everyone it's totally normalized now because of apps, I think.
Yep.
Like betting on football and stuff.
DraftKings and all these other stuff. And then you see people posting their winnings when they get something right, and it's like, oh, I did a prop bet and I hit on all these things, and I only bet $1,000 and I won 25,000, which you know you post that, you're like, man, and then everybody starts thinking like, oh, that would help me out. I mean, who doesn't want to win $25,000 off $1,000 bet? And then you think to yourself like, hell yeah. And then it's like, oh, it's easy to sign up. I can go to DraftKings and do all this stuff. And then before you know it, you're you've bet all your money and you haven't won. You know, because they always say the house always wins, right?
One of the things that I've noticed as well is the rise of streaming your betting.
Oh yeah.
I think you mentioned it, but
Kick and stuff.
But it's one, like, I know Kick is owned by a gambling company, right? But even on Twitch, even on Twitch, one of the top categories now is gambling. And every now and then you'll see it like a post viral on Reddit where someone's like literally started with a budget of $1,000 and then gone to zero. And it's like, oh my God, this is so awful to watch, man. But a lot of the like gambling places, they come like with warnings and shit all over the place.
Of course.
Gambling addiction.
Well, it's like smoking. Like you have all the, you know, they come with all the, you shouldn't do this for these reasons. They tell you every this and that, but I still do it, you know. So
let me ask you this: Do you think the platform holders, because one of the themes of the industry right now, the gaming industry that is is this sort of like, oh God, you know, people aren't spending as much time or money in our platforms. They're all like on Roblox or Fortnite or whatever. Do you think you could see a future where, if it is all about money, PlayStation, Xbox, or maybe even Nintendo will open up their platforms to gambling stuff for real money? I mean, we're already halfway there with games like Genshin Impact, right?
Wasn't that supposed to kind of be the NFT craze, where you would like buy a gun and just say Overwatch 2, and you would actually buy it, and then there'd be a seller's marketplace, and then you'd be able to sell it, right? Wasn't that the whole point of NFTs? Was like, here's this digital good that's in your name that has value, and then you could sell it to somebody else. Because I know, like, I know Warframe.
I'm just thinking like straight up like poker games or betting on sports or straight from your Xbox, you know. Or Jeremy in chat says, let me put $100 on myself to bet that I'll win the next game of Halo. You know, because I'll say this about the future of gaming. One thing that I know the platform holders are looking at is ads, video ads in on top of games. So I think you can expect to see that either next year or the start of next gen.
Didn't you write something, or maybe it was on the podcast, where you talked about new Xbox Game Pass tiers?
Yeah, so I wrote something about that. You've got it in
about like
topics,
like ads or whatever, or I guess we'll come to that.
Yes, we'll talk about that when we talk about.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, so would they do? I mean, that's an interesting talking point, considering how. Well, you see, but not every state allows gambling. I think maybe that would be an issue. Like Illinois does, but I'm not sure Wisconsin does, right? So would they have to? They probably would have to follow laws of, or would they be like, hey, where are you located? And if you say you're Wisconsin, but then you're not allowed to bet if you're playing Halo, like I'm in Wisconsin and they know it, so like they have to follow the local regulation there. Or, I mean, but I'm in Illinois, but I can.
There's lots of places where you can't bet.
Is that a Pandora's box that you don't necessarily want to open because it's only, you know, one step away from some kid who has access to their parents' credit cards on there, who blows through $5,000 on bets in Fortnite, you know? And then it's like they sue, and it's like, well, we have all these privacy features. I guess you would have to see, I don't know. I would imagine the conversations have been had, because it's all about money at the end of the day. And I mean, hell, we went through the whole loot box craze in 2016, 2017, 2018, where loot boxes.
Have you seen how much money flies around Counter-Strike skins, man?
Yeah, I know. And I'm sure companies would love to have that, but I mean, they stopped doing
Roblox games.
They stopped doing loot boxes for a reason, remember? Because loot boxes, you know, gambling whole
regulators.
Yeah. So maybe that's enough murky waters where they're like, eh. Plus, like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe it could work, but maybe it wouldn't. I mean, it's definitely an interesting conversation, because who knows where everything could be 10 years from now. I mean, at one point...
Are you a gambler, Brand?
No.
You a gambler?
No.
No?
I only gamble when I know the outcome.
That's not gambling, then, is it?
No, exactly. I know the idea of being like, I'm gonna put $1,000 down on this and hope it wins, and then lose $1,000. Like, it fills me with dread. Like, I get like
when
would get sick. My stomach would get sick just to be like, you know, I don't gamble.
I went to a little while ago, and I just want to shout out. Oh no, it's Alex in chat who said he dropped $5. Yeah, the streaming royalty right now.
I know.
We could have had
YouTube
NFTs.
millionaire, Mr. Alex.
Yeah, YouTube millionaire. He's on his way, man. We could have had
100K?
NFTs as digital. Yeah, 100K, man. We could have had NFTs as digital game ownership, but we got monkeys instead. Yeah, those NFT monkeys. What happened to all that, man? All that went away. But yeah, guys, go and give Oh No, It's Alex a follow on YouTube. Or subscribe, sorry.
Absolutely.
He's an awesome dude.
One of the most entertaining streams you can ever find on a Saturday night, as well as some pretty funny videos he puts out during the week.
One of the I was going to say that like a little while ago, Rand, I went on a little mini break to the seaside with my cousin.
Okay.
And we they had like we went to an arcade, like an old school arcade by the seaside, and we actually played the Halo Fireteam Elite shooter in there. I think it's called Halo Fireteam. You know, the Halo arcade game.
I remember the Halo arcade game that never came to the Xbox platform where people would play. But dude, do you remember how much of a bitching fest there was when that game originally got announced for the arcade?
I had this theory that they were gonna sell it as a VR game for Xbox VR back when they said VR Xbox, so that never happened.
Yeah.
But we played like a bunch of games. Like we played Halo, we played air hockey, all those kind of games. And then like we had like a couple of quid left over, and she put it in the slot machine. She won 70 quid, which is like $120 or something.
Hey, that's good.
I got 2 quid bet, and I was sitting there thinking, this is how addiction starts, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's how addiction starts. And
what I thought you were gonna bring up, and I didn't even have this in my notes, but I thought you were gonna bring this up, was the whole situation with Steam updating their policy, which basically prevents them from selling like porn games or sexually suggest or whatever violates. But the thing is,
I can't remember the exact rules about it. Let me just double check.
But it has to do with something where their payment processors aren't comfortable with, so then they have to not do. It was something along those lines, right? It wasn't so much Steam having a problem with it, because Steam had those games on there, whatever. But it was like the people they partner with for payment processing have an issue with. So there's a lot of adult themed games, shall we say, that have been delisted from Steam, and a lot of people are worried about censorship. And especially it sounds like Valve didn't have an issue. It was like another company that Valve partners with to make money has an issue. So then,
yeah, it's chilling. I think that there's not that many payment processing companies in the world, and they seem to be able to. They're in a position to moralize about what kind of content people consume, and by the looks of it, a lot of the content that was removed is completely legal. Now, like there are certain things on there which like I can kind of understand being removed, or completely understand being removed. Like things that like approach stuff like sexual violence and stuff like that. But there's loads of stuff that just is basically vanilla as hell that has been removed. Like surreal, like visual novels that maybe have a bit of sex in it. But because they're not a big publisher like a Mass Effect or an EA or a CD Projekt Red, or whoever publishes Game of Thrones, they can't get away with it. So I do think it's weird that we've allowed payment companies to censor certain types of content, but it does make you wonder, like, would they or would they not be the roadblock for gambling games on Xbox and PlayStation? But I don't know, because they make fat bank from actual gambling stuff. So I don't know, man. But yeah, I'm just reading our article on it. I didn't read it yesterday, but Brendan Lowry covered it for us. Yeah, I don't know. It's all weird, man.
Yeah. I just saw this article that Insider Gaming just put up about Ubisoft. And, there was the whole situation with Ubisoft. The new CEO of that new company is like Yves Guillemot's kid or whatever. Which is like,
nepotism in the extreme.
But listen to this headline. Ubisoft says monetization, quote, makes the player experience more fun. What do you think about that?
I mean,
Ubisoft recently published a 400-page universal registration document, an annual financial report that covers everything you could ever hope to learn about the company. And here's something from that. The supersized Ubisoft report covers every facet of the company's performance and development between 2024 and 2025. It's available for anyone with the keen eye for facts and figures to leaf through. So here's some quotes, Jez. The adoption of monetization and engagement policies that respect the player experience and are sustainable in the long term. At Ubisoft, the golden rule when developing premium games is to allow players to enjoy the game in full without having to spend more. Our monetization offer within premium games makes the player experience more fun by allowing them to personalize their avatars or progress more quickly. However, this is always optional. So what do you think about that? Does does monetization make the player experience more fun? Chat, how are you feeling about that?
I know exactly how chat's going to feel about that, but I will say this. I've got a friend who works at a very, very big, prominent mobile game developer. Very big and prominent. And I talked to them about this a lot. And this conversation was quite a while ago, so I'm paraphrasing here. But he told me that when they launched, because they're a Western publisher, when they launched one of their games in China and in that region, they said they had to add gambling mechanics because people wouldn't play it otherwise. You know.
Okay.
I think like there are definitely ways to interpret what Ubisoft has said here, because for my money, I don't think monetization makes games more fun at all, in any way, shape, or form. However, what they're probably interpreting as fun is engagement. Does it make people engage more? It's that whole telemetry debate again, right? Where like the publishers interpret engagement as fun, whereas like in reality, it's a predatory, manipulative tactic to introduce FOMO. And because they know that when you've sort of spent money on something, you feel more personally invested in it. Like it's the sunk cost fallacy, right? It's kind of like in Scientology, where like they give you the first e-meter reading for free, but then you've got to pay for the next one, and then pay more for the next one, and pay more for the next one, right? And then eventually you get into this cycle of like, I've invested so much money into this now, I can't escape it. So I think like what they're calling fun really is, in reality, the sort of predatory monetization tactic that I think people are sick of but still engage with. Like here's another analogy. I feel like everyone kind of agrees and feels on some personal level that the addictive algorithms of YouTube Shorts, Instagram, TikTok, I think everyone kind of feels on some level that those are damaging society.
Sure.
But everyone's still just addicted to it. It's kind of like having too much of a good thing, right?
Like it's ruined people's attention spans. And you can have misinformation spread, or you have these TikTok challenges, which people do without a second thought that could be harmful. Like, you remember when like the Tide Pod stuff was going on? Or
Tide Pod stuff, yeah.
You know, like all these dumb things. Because kids, you know, let's be honest, like kids are fucking dumb. Right?
We're about to give 16-year-olds the vote in the UK.
I mean, kids are fucking dumb. We all used to be kids. Remember how dumb we were as kids? I mean, hell, some of us are still fucking dumb.
I'm pretty dumb still as an adult.
Can you imagine like some of the stuff we used to do as peer pressure? I mean, I've done stuff I didn't want to do because of peer pressure, and that was just like them. You imagine like everything being online. Thank God I grew up in an era where
you were a thief because of peer pressure, right? You lived a life of crime.
I lived a life of crime when I was a kid. You know, imagine all the things that you did as a kid that, you know, was because of peer pressure or whatever. But then like add social media and all the pressures of that. And, you know, like thank God I grew up in the time I did, where it was like on that teetering on the edge of still being kind of old school-ish, where you go out and hang out with your friends, but then there was still like actually PCs are people started to own PCs, right? So it's like you still could go out and have a good time, you know, and come home and like, oh, there's cable TV and there's PCs. And then by the time you're, you know, like the internet started showing up and stuff, and it was still like basic. It wasn't what it was. And like cell phones by the time I was in my like 20s were kind of like big, bulky sort of things. Well, no, that was like more was I in high school, and they became more prevalent when I was in my 20s and stuff. But I'm kind of happy that I grew up when I did, because I couldn't imagine being in high school or grammar school, and with how everything is now with social media and TikTok and all that stuff. you know, considering, because I remember as a kid, I mean, I went to a Catholic grammar school, right? Private school. And even then, kids were bullied. You know what I mean? Like there were certain kids in these classes that weren't liked, that you could probably say were different or probably on the spectrum. I mean, I don't know if like people were diagnosed on that aspect really back in like 1992 or whatever, right? But looking back on it, you're probably thinking, oh yeah, that kid was probably on the spectrum in some way, but that would get bullied or really didn't have any friends. And then sometimes, so like when we had to go to the bathroom, you could get up and ask during class if you had to go, but there would be like mandatory bathroom breaks where the whole class would go, right? So it would be like, you know, everybody in the class, all the boys, all the girls, walk in a straight line to the bathroom, and then only like 5 boys can go in at a time, only 5 girls go in at a time, and then when someone comes out, the next person in line goes in, right? But there would be times when we would go, and the teacher would go somewhere else, so you'd be in there going, you know, the bathroom, and then suddenly all the boys would come in, and then the lights would go out, and before you know it, someone's got like a bloody nose because punches were thrown, and
Oh, Jesus.
you know, people would fight in there. You'd be in there, and you'd be like, I'd be at a stall going, and all of a sudden the lights flick out, and you're like, what the hell? And all of a sudden you start hearing like shoes, like you know, like when you got like gym shoes on and it's like a tile floor and people are kind of like moving really quickly, you can hear like the scuffing, and then like people are like,
who did you beat up?
I never participated. You know, I'm just saying, but it happened. And this is like in a time before social media and all that stuff. I just sort of imagine what it would be like now, where if like social media and all that stuff was a thing and people had phones with cameras and all that stuff, like how much harder it would have to be.
It's terrible, man.
Yeah.
It's like, I've got family members who are teachers and shit, and they talk about it all the time, like how hard it is with
I guess
you know,
that's how easy it is now, because you could just use Chat GPT to write essays and stuff. Like I had to write that shit off the top of my head. I can just, you know, everyone just uses AI now to solve everything. You know, hell, we used to have to like write essays in class. You know, with the blue book out and like write it like cursive and long form, right? So, yeah.
I remember. So when I was in high school, social media was just becoming a thing, right? So I kind of straddled that transition from not social media to having social media, like right in the middle of it. And yeah, like as soon as social media existed, kids were using it to bully each other.
Pretty much.
Know? And that was like right at the start. But now they've got turbocharged AI to bully each other. They can use like AI models to make pictures of each other and shit, post them everywhere. I remember using a printer to print out a guide for Final Fantasy VII from GameFAQs that was like 1,000 pages long. Got in a lot of trouble for that. Like, did you know how much this ink cost?
Yeah. I did something like that at high school I went to. I think I printed out a it was a GameFAQ for, oh man, I forget what it was, but I remember sending it to the printer, and I thought I remembered only printing like 4 pages, and it printed like 60 pages. Damn. And it like backed up everybody else was supposed to be there to print out like school project, and here I am printing out like a game FAQ for Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3 fatality list or something. You know,
the thug life, man.
And yeah, it's just, you know, speaking of AI, there was like something about all the people at King who were laid off are all getting replaced by the AI they built or something like that. What's up with that?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure that the memo they shared actually said that, to be honest with you, but I don't know. There's a lot of stuff going around right now with regards to the layoffs and what they mean and stuff. we had our own discussion on the podcast last week about Elder Scrolls Online teams Project Blackbird being shut down,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Yep. And then,
So like,
I mean, I guess you
sorry,
can transition into that, like, because it's weird. People will listen to the show. Maybe, obviously, people don't listen to it like the day it happens, but sometimes Jez will give good information on it. Like, I don't leak stuff, even though I may know stuff, but I used to leak stuff, but no more.
you still leak stuff. People just don't know it's a leak. They don't know it's a leak until it's too late.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But a lot of people picked up your comments about the Fallout situation, and that kind of started a conversation elsewhere, where I think it was Insider Gaming that originally sourced it, and then other people, and then here comes the video game industry, because everyone's got to copy each other, and there's nothing easier to do in the video game industry than just copying someone else's article, right? Just writing up your own, because that's how we roll, baby. That's how Christopher Dring can say Xbox Game Pass doesn't include first party costs, and then literally have the internet on fire for a day because every single gaming publication is just literally quoting Chris Dring, and then everybody freaks out and loses their mind and is making videos like Xbox lied again. Xbox keeps lying, all those sort of things, which is like, hey, I'm sure Xbox, we've gone over all the things that Phil Spencer himself has said in recent years that ended up not being true or what have you, right? And it's like, it takes over for that 24-hour period. Everybody's just filled with righteous anger, right? They've been lying to us this whole time. And then, like we knew was going to happen, the retraction comes the next day, and it's just like, well, it doesn't matter because the outrage already happened, and a lot of the websites didn't even bother retracting it. But I'm not saying this is a similar situation, but people write articles about what you say because you're someone that has credibility when it comes to stuff happening at Xbox. Even though some people, what was the comment someone said? I only trust Jez when it's negative news about Xbox.
Yeah,
positive news, like hell no.
Yeah.
So they covered your Fallout thing, and then of course, like Telephone, maybe some of it gets mistranslated by other people, and then it was like, no, this isn't true or what have you. But can you give us more? Because like I think some people were presenting what you said as like a tit for tat in a way where that wasn't exactly what you said in the podcast regarding the Fallout situation. So can you clarify and update all that stuff about what you meant, or not what you meant, but like what other people thought you meant that turned out?
Yeah, sure. So I mentioned on the podcast last week that I'd heard that Zenimax Online Studios Blackbird game was traded out for investment in Fallout franchise. One of those games being Fallout 5. I'd heard that was going around Microsoft, whatever, as a sort of like one of the trade-offs they've made within the Zenimax cost center within that budget, right? That went around the internet and stuff like that. But I think I even mentioned on the show that I didn't have enough to put it in a report. It was more like a podcast rumor that was being discussed. However, last week there was an all-hands meeting internally at Microsoft, and they did talk about a lot of this stuff. And one of the questions that one of the staffers asked, and this was after the podcast, by the way, one of the questions the staffers asked was like, why was Blackbird cancelled? And from what I was told, they literally said at that meeting that one of the reasons they cancelled Blackbird was to make strategic bets in other areas, and that they're going to be hiring hundreds of people over the next few months to fill out some of these new bets, essentially. Now, in that meeting, Fallout 5 wasn't specifically mentioned, but that kind of like, it had, considering it was literally days after I'd heard that meeting happened internally at Microsoft, which, by the way, I verified, stringently verified that as being accurate. That kind of added credence to the rumor that I'd heard that it was revolving around Fallout, you know. So, you know, you can sort of take that as what you will. Like, if Microsoft's telling internal staff that they're canceling certain projects so they can make strategic bets elsewhere, you could say that is Microsoft telling their employees that just to, you know, calm them down or something. But that's basically what is being shared around at the moment. I will say this though, on the sort of my opinion on this whole thing. One of the things, like, I think it was Chris String's new website actually that put an article out. The game business, I think the website's called. It put an article out that was to the effect of, like, the game industry that, I think the tweet was something like,
the game industry that greenlit Perfect Dark no longer exists.
Yeah, the game industry that greenlit Perfect Dark no longer exists, and like I didn't read the full article yet, but it did. The tweet resonated with me, and I bookmarked the article for later because it's completely true that a lot of these sort of like new games and bets on new strategies and new IPs and all this kind of stuff, they're not really panning out in the way that I think they could have done when people had more free time, you know, free time to check things out. And I think more than ever, people are gravitating towards known quantities, right? So I think there's even though like Zenimax's game, the new MMO, that was greenlit before, I'm pretty sure it was greenlit before Microsoft even acquired them. Is that correct, Rand? I'm pretty sure it was.
I think at least started some form of pre-production before, yeah.
Yeah.
Because they bought them in 2020 and fully got them in 2021. I think they're already working on it. I think they started maybe in 2018, 2019, something like that.
Yeah. So, and also that was like before the Fallout show existed. And Fallout TV show really, I think, slapped them and being like, look at what you've got here that you're not utilizing. So even from like last year, they were actively discussing like, how do we move back towards Fallout? Like, how do we leverage this? How do we make this happen in a universe where there's only one Todd Howard and all this kind of stuff? And I think because it's the end of the fiscal year and this is when they start looking at where they're going to make new strategic bets, they just made a bunch of trade-offs recently. And I think Perfect Dark is one of the trade-offs into new, because obviously they've got 40 games in development and they're going to be making more games. So they're going to be making new bets on a variety of things. And apparently one of the things that was said in this meeting as well was like, they still want to make games of all shapes and sizes. And they actually specifically called out like the fact that Hellblade 2, they like games like Hellblade 2 and South of Midnight because they want to have games available for every kind of cohort of player, even if they're like niche, they're still passionate and that kind of thing, blah, 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 blah. So like, if you take what they said about that in context, you know, they've already got MMOs. You know, they've got World of Warcraft, which they're doubling down on like crazy. And like, even in stuff like recently, they released the music for the new World of Warcraft content patch that's coming up soon. And there's like hours of new music. And it's like, this would just never have happened in a content patch previously. It's like they're really trying to push WoW to that next level of cinematic, you know, that cinematic feeling and all that kind of stuff. So that's where some of the budget's going, into existing properties. And if you say if you have to explain to someone what a game is, which you have to do with a new IP, that's like just added cost, like user education and all that kind of stuff. User acquisition, they call it, right? It's added cost. Whereas if like you're making a new Fallout game, everyone knows what Fallout is. You know immediately what Fallout's going to be and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, even if like all this is true, we're going to be waiting quite a long time before we see Fallout 5, I would imagine. There will be Fallout projects. You know, we've got the Fallout 3 remake, probably something with New Vegas as well. But like on that note, Rand, we should mention the fact that Virtuous, who made
But they
They
did
made
Obsidian remake. They're doing Metal Gear Solid Delta. They did the Cyberpunk ports, I believe.
yeah, they're laying off 8% of their workforce as well.
I
So
think it was like 300
even
people.
yeah,
Hey,
quite a
but
lot of people.
do you know that this was Xbox was to blame for this?
Yeah, I saw some certain YouTubers
Hmm.
say that Xbox is to blame for this, which is
Imagine
funny.
that. Imagine Xbox being to blame for layoffs at a company they have nothing to do with outside of,
Yeah.
you know, it's just it's hilarious. I mean, like, look, Xbox, the Xbox negativity, hate clicks is very, very strong. So it's just kind of funny to see. Well, actually, it's not funny to see because it's standard. If you're trying to like talk about something, but you need an angle, because if you don't have an angle, then nobody's gonna watch your content. Then especially then you need to angle it in the way of like Xbox's default at fault for this, because it's just
Yeah.
like, oh, Virtuous laid off people. Just on the front side of it, that's not a very interesting video to watch. But if you angle it in the way of like more Xbox lies, Xbox does something very bad, then you got your hot
See,
sauce on it, right? And now people might be like, oh, what did Xbox do again? They're always doing something dumb. Yeah, I'm gonna click on this thing, and then you click on it, and if you have any semblance of an IQ higher than a snail's, you realize that you've been played, and that they don't own the company, and so you got clickbaited hard.
it is a big, big, big reach to link Virtuous to Microsoft in any way, shape, or form. Microsoft is funding multiple projects from Virtuous, and accounts for like probably a decent chunk of their revenue. The truth is that like the whole industry is facing this weird issue right now, and one of the things Microsoft often talks about internally is they've moved away from just raw engagement as their key performance indicator, and they've moved towards what they call I can't remember what they call it. They've got a special term for it, but it's essentially playtime hours. The amount of people that are actively playing games within the Xbox ecosystem. Because the most it's no longer a money issue necessarily with gaming. More and more, it's become a time issue. Like the people are really pressed for time, and like these addictive algorithms and like even addictive games, these games meet social networks like Fortnite and Roblox. Like Roblox, I didn't even know this, but Roblox by itself is bigger than all of Steam. That's absurd. I knew Roblox was big, but I didn't know it was that big. And it's like, these are the kind of existential issues that the industry is sort of grappling with right now. Is like, while and I can't remember who said this. I think it was a commenter actually on the podcast with Colin. And I thought this was a really great point. And I'm really sorry that I can't remember exactly who said this off the top of my head, but shout out to you. They said something along the lines of, while Sony and Microsoft focus really hard on competing with each other, an entire generation moved on to Roblox and Fortnite and completely forgot consoles existed. They went from iPad to PC because they wanted to have a keyboard present so they could have active socialization within their games. And this cohort of users prefers to use a keyboard instead of a microphone and all this kind of stuff. So like an entire generation of gamers has moved on. But like even then, when you look at millennials and like older gamers, so many of them now are just getting home from work knackered and just going straight onto TikTok or Instagram or whatever, and not actively engaging with gaming like they used to. I think a lot of it's still like overinvestment during the pandemic. I think like during the pandemic, companies went crazy with hiring because they thought the pandemic was gonna, they made a bet on the idea that the pandemic would be a long thing to ride out and profit from because everyone was stuck at home. Everyone was playing games more than ever. And now, like post-pandemic, people are playing games less than ever. Although Microsoft did say in their quarterly earnings last quarter, and we're going to get Microsoft's new quarterly earnings at the end of this month, which should be very interesting. Because look out for the playtime hours metric when Microsoft releases their information at the end of this month. Microsoft always says that their playtime hours are up because of things like cloud, because of things like PC, because of things like going to PlayStation. So, you know, they're actively trying to engage people in their ecosystem in any way, shape, or form they can, because overall, in the overall industry, numbers are down. So I don't know.
Mm. Speaking about numbers being down, Microsoft shut down movies and TV shows. Their movies and TV show app today. On a Friday, you know, as the typical, if you got bad news to share, bear it on a Friday, which I'm not really sure works anymore considering how connected everything is. Like, I'm not, that maybe used to work back in the day, but I'm not sure it works anymore. But, you know, I guess you stick with the old hits, right? Where you bury bad news on a Friday. But movies and TV show, Microsoft, you know, has basically had since the 360. Where you could buy the latest new releases, movies, TV shows, download them, watch them, stream them.
Did you use it?
I used it a couple times on the 360. I didn't use it much. I think I bought like a season of Supernatural because I think we missed it and we wanted to watch it, so I bought that. And I think maybe there was a couple times I would rent something, but I never made any purchases, right? It was all just renting.
Right.
And so I would use it as, if I wanted to rent a movie, that's where I would actually rent it. But there's way better apps out there, like, you know, Apple TV or, you know, Prime Video or whatever. And it's just like, I can get like discounts at Prime, and Apple TV's stuff was actually better. So I stopped actually spending money and renting stuff from there. I guess I'm not shocked that they did this. You know, it's interesting because I remember PlayStation also sold movies and TV shows, and they actually stopped doing it with the PS5.
Oh, I didn't know they cancelled theirs.
Well, so it was like
That's weird,
with the
because
gen
Sony
transition,
owns...
they stopped doing it.
But
And
doesn't Sony own a
well, they own
movie
like
studio?
Columbia, I believe, or I think they own
Don't they own
Columbia.
Sony Music as well?
Yeah, so I think they own some stuff, and it's just it's kind of, it's just funny to look back and remember how the Xbox One was positioned as this all-in-one media device 10 years ago, where it would like, hey, you put this next to your TV and it's got everything. It's got all the apps, it's got all the shows, it's got all the TV, and here we are now, when, you know, realistically, you know, if you would ask me why they're doing this, it's probably because it's not worth whatever they're putting into it to encode because it's not free. Like, I think some people have been like, well, it's got to be super easy for upkeep, right? Where it's like, but I remember talking to somebody about it, and they just laughed at me when I said that, and they were just like, no, that shit costs money, like to do, like, you know. So it's probably one of those things where they look at it and it's like, the margins on it are probably small. Nobody's really using it. So let's just stop it. And of course, optically, it looks not good because, you know, you had all these layoffs and all these game cancellations a couple weeks ago. And now you're canceling something that's been around for 2 generations, you know, movies and TV stuff.
12 years. 12 years.
Yeah. That people used to spend money on. Granted, like, you can still download and watch the stuff that you purchased and what have you.
Yeah, you guys should know that, like, anything you've purchased on there is going to be available in perpetuity, at least, you know, until Microsoft decides
until Microsoft
not.
says like no. But it's also one of those things where it's just, oh, so Perfect Dark's canceled and this is canceled or whatever, and it's like, all right, well, okay, this isn't good. And then the following week's like, oh, movies and TVs is canceled on that, and it just kind of is another thing added onto it, which adds to a collection of voices on the internet that will tell you, you know, this is a sign of like the sky is falling. And
Who do you think's going to make a video about this and try and link it to gaming?
I'm sure I'm sure somebody will, and they'll say something like another Xbox L or whatever, and
Yeah.
it's obviously it's not a good thing when you shut something like this down. Nobody's saying it is. I'm just like thinking about like why the reasons you would shut it down is probably because it's not making as much as you would want versus the cost of keeping it up, and
Yeah, I mean,
versus like the PR hit you would take for basically saying, hey, we're not gonna sell any more new TV shows and more movies, right? Because there's a cost associated with that, and there was just like, yeah, like, so we're not gonna do this anymore. But yeah, it's just like another thing like added on to the top of everything else. So when people are having tough time believing like Xbox is going to be like they're still doing hardware, for instance, right? You add all these things in there, people just like I look what they're doing. They're doing all these things that are tangential, but then it's like, hey, they could do this, and who knows? Like next year they might decide that they don't want to do it anymore, so they cancel it because it's Microsoft, and Satya and Amy Hood might just decide, you know what? Screw this shit. We're out. We need more money for AI or whatever new direction they want to take themselves, whatever new plan they have, right? So,
well, I'm not sure if this incurred any layoffs, but from what I heard, it's like you said, there was a minuscule amount of people using it, and the team that were working on it were basically moved to other things, or focused on. Because they've got a lot of dev work to do to get Windows in a position where it can be at least vaguely comparable to a console-like experience. So, and it's really weird timing because I wrote an article yesterday called 5 Microsoft products that are actually good that have been abandoned.
mm-hmm.
And one of the products that I put in there was Microsoft Movies and TV.
Oh, did you now? It's almost like you knew this was happening. It's almost like
full transparency. I didn't fucking know.
Okay.
It's a pure coincidence.
Is this a Jez prediction in quotes? This is one
like
of those...
No. Like this will be a great opportunity for me to pretend that I knew this was happening, so I could be like, oh yeah, see, look, I knew. I put this in this article. But honestly, I didn't fucking know this was happening. So it's just a pure coincidence because last week, not last week, the other day, me and my girlfriend have been watching the Jurassic Park movies marathon on film and TV, and I was annoyed because when you pause film and TV, it loses all resolution, and the only way you can get it back is to back out of the movie completely and then hit resume. And I was thinking, this has been a bug for years and years and years. Why haven't they fixed this? And evidently, they haven't fixed it because they were going to kill it. But yeah, apparently, pretty much nobody was using it anyway, except for me and some other people that messaged me. But it looks like I'm going to be able to watch out the last of the Jurassic Park movies on film and TV that I purchased ages ago. But I've got a lot of stuff on there, man. I got like a lot of anime on there. I got all the Dragon Ball Z stuff on there. And I used to have Dragon Ball Z on DVD, like the box set. But I sold that and then purchased it digitally because I was like, I want to be able to watch this on my phone, my Windows phone, right? But then they got rid of Windows Phone, and then it was like, well, are they going to make an Android app for this? They never did. And then, yeah, it was just kind of like, eventually it's gonna die off. But I just want to give a big shout out though to Scarcely Relevant, who dropped a bunch of memberships in the chat. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And also send you a nice little message. 64 months.
Remember, for 64 months. Yeah. I listened to you two for longer than my friends. Happy Friday, everyone. Enjoy some gifted memberships. And he gave 5 memberships. Appreciate you, Mr. Relevant. Scarcely. We do have some other... Oh, we got a $50 super chat here from DPC Grizz, who says, love you guys. Keep it up. Well, thank you. We love you. What else we got? Dude, when I open up chat, my CPU spikes so hard.
Are you using Chrome?
No, I use Microsoft Edge because Chrome was doing this too.
Grandman
says dog
hardware acceleration on?
I think I have it turned off. He says dog thinks Xbox somehow caused Virtuous layoffs or DCG. Yes, Dreamcast guy does He made a video about it, of course. Graham
That's
Biff says,
funny.
"Hey Rand, have you thought about making a book club podcast where you and another person discuss a weekly book, full spoilers?" I mean, it's always an idea I have in my head. But I don't know if I were ever to do a book stuff, I don't think I would do it on this channel. I probably would have to create a new channel. It is something I've thought about, but a lot of the booktubers I do follow, they don't really do spoiler shows because not everybody's read the books and you spoil the stuff, so you kind of got to keep it vague unless you're specifically talking about, hey, we're going to spoil this book. But that is something I have thought about. Nation Harris says, bought a PS5 at the weekend. Recent Xbox events let me feeling a little anxious. What a mistake. The PS5 OS is horrible. Xbox platform is so much better.
It's funny, right? Because I often hear people say the opposite, but it's ultimately just what you're used to, right? I mean, I know people who just hate Windows and they're just like, oh, Mac is so much better. But whenever I try to use a Mac, it's like, God, who designed this? Like, was this designed for aliens? You know, but it's ultimately just what you're used to. But yeah, I mean, the truth is like, Xbox makes way more money than movies and TV. It makes way more money than Surface and other thing, or Windows Phone did, and all that kind of stuff. So like, I think as long as Xbox is making money, I don't think there's any reason to worry about the future of the platform. But
Well, Michael
um,
Mooney says, how Microsoft treats movies and TV ownership will indicate how we'll treat our games if Xbox closed.
well, as long as
Probably.
we still own them, as long as we still own them and have access to them.
Well, I mean, even
Like,
games that are delisted from the Xbox platform, you can still download.
yeah,
I don't
yeah.
think there's a scenario where something, I could be wrong, so someone correct me in chat, but I don't think there's a scenario of a game that's been removed from the platform, whether delisting or other reasons, that if you did buy,
Unless the servers went offline.
then like you can't re-download again.
Yeah.
I can't think of any instance where that's the case. Now, of course, like, you know, if World War III happens and Microsoft servers are bombarded and all that sort of stuff, and you can't re-download stuff or any of those cataclysmic, you know, apocalypse, like future dystopian realities where, you know, like stuff like that, you wouldn't be worried about your game purchases then because you'd be worried about other stuff. You just sort of wonder, like, maybe Sony saw this coming, which is why they stopped it and didn't bring it forward with the PS5. Maybe they were
Well, I'm
just
just
like,
thinking, like,
all right.
if even Sony couldn't make it work with a much bigger platform.
Well, I'm just wondering
Well,
because,
mind
like,
you, Xbox movies and TV was tied to Windows,
yeah,
and that Windows is a huge platform, and
yeah,
people just don't do media that way. They use Netflix, they use Amazon.
which
I mean,
you know,
I tried to buy. I want to admit something, Rand. I tried
okay.
to buy a Blu-ray the other day.
Oh my god.
Yeah, because I was like, I was so annoyed at the resolution quality on Jurassic Park on film and TV. I was like, man, I want to just get this on Blu-ray so we don't have to watch it in 1080p with low bitrate or whatever. But I couldn't find it available to buy anywhere. Like, people don't buy Blu-rays anymore either, apparently. Or at least, like, they do like a run of Blu-ray stock and then it's out of stock and you have to
Yeah,
like buy it secondhand at like a massive markup.
I just remember back in the day. You know,
Back in the
I guess
day.
this is the podcast of remembrance because we're remembering grammar school and how
We're
when
getting old now.
I mean, I guess. I mean, we are about that age. Hey, my birthday's next month, right? So,
Oh, damn.
but you know, you're thinking about how our generation and how the current gen. But like, I also remember walking into Best Buys on Tuesdays and not only seeing rows and rows of CDs, music CDs, but also rows and rows and rows of DVDs. This obviously this is before Blu-ray, because I actually started collecting DVDs. I would kind of
So did
go in
I.
on Tuesday. I had a good job, and you know I would find something I would want, and I think I had something like, God, 200 movies,
Damn.
right?
That's a lot.
And then And then I think the whole HD DVD. So this is obviously before the 360, right? This was during this is when like the OG Xbox and the PlayStation 2 were duking it out. And I was collecting these movies and stuff. Like I had The Matrix and Fight Club and Lord of the Rings and all this cool stuff, the stuff that I loved. And
did you have Matrix 2?
I think I had all of them, yes. Even though I'm not the biggest fan of Revolutions, but so I collected all these things, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna build a DVD collection. And I had a book collection at the time as well, which I think I've mentioned before how I basically had to sell my book collection, and I eventually sold my DVD collection because they made the switch to HD DVD. There was that battle between HD DVD and Blu-ray, and Blu-ray won, and then I sort of felt like my DVDs were like useless at that point. Like, and I like really sort of just like starting regretting my purchases because I was just like, oh, so there's this better format out now, and I just looked at it as like I just wasted all this money buying this stuff because it's not like you could trade up. It's not like I could take my Lord of the Rings extended edition DVDs and exchange them for Blu-rays, right? And maybe there was something you could do with HD DVDs, but HD DVDs lost the battle. So he was like, oh, now if I want, I got to start over. So like if I want Fight Club again, I got to buy it again in Blu-ray. And I'm a big thing of, if I already own something in one thing, I have a very hard time of then basically convincing myself I need to buy it again in this format. Like people, when I got this PC, people are like, oh, you need to buy Cyberpunk and play it on there. And I'm like, but I already bought Cyberpunk and I own it on the Xbox. Why am I going to buy Cyberpunk again? I already own it here. Like, why? Like, I don't, you know what I mean? Like, I already own it. Why would I want to like buy it again for something else, like somewhere, for something else? So
I feel you.
I was just like, I really regretted. I was like, I spent some good money on building up this collection, and then they switched it out, and it's like, oh, Blu-rays. And then so I sold them all. I got rid of all my movies, and I sold them all.
I did the same thing. Well, actually, no. You know what? I didn't sell them. I gave them away to a charity shop because they weren't worth any money. At the time I wanted to sell them, they were worth like £2 a pop, and it was like this. It's more effort than it's worth to sell this shit. They're probably worth more now, actually, because I think people are increasingly concerned about not truly owning anything with the digital stuff.
Yeah, so I've never watched a Blu-ray movie, never.
I own some. I mean, got Twin Peaks season 3 on Blu-ray.
My disk drive of my Series X has never been used. Period. So yeah, I've never bought a Blu-ray. I have no desire to ever buy a Blu-ray. People always tell me like, hey, you should, especially for the movies you like, because they look so much better than streaming, and I have no doubt they do, right? But I'm just like, there's still that little resentment I have of that whole situation where I was building up a collection and then they changed formats and it sort of made my collection obsolete. And I was just like, yeah, fuck them and fuck you. You know what I mean? So yeah, I've never watched a Blu-ray, and all the movies I watch are rented from, depending if I got credit with
that's
Amazon. Like most recently, like Sinners was available to rent, and it was like $19.99. I really wanted to watch it, but I had $25 in digital store credit, right? Because I buy my books physical from Amazon, and
you don't listen to them. No audiobooks for rent.
No, no, it's not because I don't like the digital. It's like because I can't. I literally cannot focus on audiobooks. My mind wanders. So I have to be, everything's got to be quiet. I have to have the book in my hand. Because even when I've tried e-readers and Kindles and stuff, I don't like how it sits in my hand, and I don't. It reads like an email, like the electronic stuff. So I don't.
You sound like such a book snob right now, man.
No. Like, hey, listen and enjoy your reading however you want to enjoy it. I know a lot of people that love the audiobook experience, right? Because it's like a play almost. So you got someone do the voice, or it's like a radio show, and they love it. Or they like the convenience of basically just bringing this e-reader with them, and they can bust it out at any point in time and use it, and it doesn't take up any space. I'm just saying, for me personally, one, I can't focus on audiobooks. So, like,
that's cool.
I would literally have to listen, because I know people who basically do it as they do other things, like driving to pick up the kids, or I'm cleaning the house and I got the thing in and I'm listening to the book, or whatever. And I know some people who like speed it up and then will listen to it at 1.5 speed, so they get through it faster. But I've tried it, and I can't pay attention. Like, I'll be able to pay attention for like a couple minutes, but eventually my mind wanders and I'm doing something else, and before you know it, I'm like, what's going on? And I gotta rewind it, and I pay attention, and then but then my mind just wanders to something else, and then it's like, I can't do this. And I want to, because there are some really, really cool audiobook narrators for some cool stuff, and I don't have the discipline, I guess. I just can't focus on, like, I would literally have to just listen to it and just stare at a wall and just do nothing else and just listen to it. And I can't do that. And with e-readers, I don't like how it feels in my hand, and I don't like, it feels like I'm reading an email, and so like I can't get invested.
Dark Fox in chat says Rand doesn't have TikTok brain.
I don't. So with physical books, I can basically, like, all right, turn on the light, get some light on, remove all the distractions from everything. Got this nice book, nice comfy seat, the weight of it, the smell of it, and the smell of the book, the paperback, the hardcover. It has a certain odor, right? Where it's like, you're home, you know? Like, I don't know. It's just it's a pleasantness surrounding it.
That's deep, bro. That's deep.
So I sit there and then I can fully immerse myself in the story being told, in ways I can't with the other two formats. So that's why I choose physical. And I mean, there are times where I wish I did digital, because I'm running out of space for these books, bro. Well, the books, especially hardcovers, take up a lot of space. You know what I mean?
That's first world problems, bro.
I know.
That's one of the reasons I don't have. That's why I got rid of my DVDs, was space. I wanted more space.
Yeah.
Need my own place, man, but can't afford it.
So movies and TV shut down. It just.
Oh, I will. Just before we move on, like, if you do want to feel some nostalgia for those old movies and TV show shops that used to go in, go and check out a vinyl record store, because vinyl record stores made a bit of a comeback in the UK.
Yeah.
At least.
No, yeah, they have. I probably have listened to vinyl records before. I don't have any memories of them. I know I never actually listened to them like myself, where I put the vinyl record on a player and started playing it. You know,
I've got like.
Let me ask this. This is a side tangent with music. What was the first CD that you purchased with your own money?
No, shit. You can't ask me this.
I'm asking you this because I know exactly what it is for me.
I know what it is for me, but it's going to be really embarrassing for me.
Who cares? Just tell us. Tell the chat. Tell the universe. What was the first CD you ever purchased with your own money?
It was Celine Dion. My heart will go on.
No, you didn't.
From the Titanic soundtrack. It's not that funny.
I mean, if anything I could think of, I'm like, okay, Jez is embarrassed. What could it possibly be? Celine Dion from the Titanic soundtrack was not in my top 10 range of things it would be. I was thinking it was going to be like Spice Girls, you know, or it was going to be ABBA or something along those lines, not My Heart Will Go On or whatever it is.
Yeah, I did own Spice Girls as well.
Mm-hmm.
I owned the first 2 Spice Girls albums, but also, and this is, I'm not ashamed of this one. Ace of Base, man. I still listen to Ace of Base sometimes. I fucking love Ace of Base. But yeah. It was fucking Celine Dion. That was my first ever CD. I used to buy the singles. It was just a single.
Okay.
I think one of the first other ones that I purchased was Frozen by Madonna. Do you remember that song?
No, I don't remember that song. At least I don't think so. No, I don't remember.
You might do if you heard it. I think you'd know it.
Maybe I probably would if I heard it, but I don't remember. So you want to know? So I still remember this. I remember that I went to Target and I was with my mom, and
oh, chat's fucking clowning me, man.
I mean, it's Celine Dion, bro. I mean, come on.
Oh man.
Yeah, I don't know, but my first one I ever bought with my own money,
bro.
What? What'd you say?
It was a good song. My Heart Will Go On.
It's a very well known song. Yes. You know, I've never actually sat down and watched Titanic all the way through. I've only ever seen from when.
I've seen it like 10 times.
I've only ever seen from when the boat hits the iceberg, and on to the end.
Well,
Spoilers. I've never watched before that. I've never watched the lead up to it. I've only ever seen from when like the Titanic hits the iceberg and then the ship splits and all the best parts of the movie. I never seen the beginning.
It's spoilers, man. It's spoilers for people who haven't seen the movie.
My sisters love that movie, but I mean, who didn't? If you were a girl during that time frame, I mean, sure
boys could like it too.
I mean, I'm sure that yes, boys are absolutely allowed to like Titanic. James Cameron, one of the great directors of all time.
Yeah, exactly. Put some respect on Titanic.
I love James Cameron.
Movie of its
era. Terminator 2, probably greatest sequel of a movie ever made. Titanic, Aliens. I mean, you could make an argument Aliens is better than Alien. Different genre, but like you could make that argument.
You'd be wrong. But...
some days I prefer Alien, some days I prefer Alien. It depends on what sort of mood I'm in, right? I will say I did not like Avatar whatsoever.
I didn't like Avatar.
I did like Avatar 2, but James Cameron. I mean, True Lies? Come on. Like, bro.
I haven't seen that.
James Cameron's a boss, but so what do you think about this? So I remember going to Target.
I can't believe you just outed my Titanic shame on public.
Know. We should do this more often. I was at Target. This album came out and I wanted it and I bought it, but I knew my mom wouldn't let me get it because it had that explicit lyrics warning on the label. You know what I'm talking about? That black label that would be there on the front of
parental advisory.
Parental advisory, explicit lyrics. And so like I ended up removing it before my mom could see it.
Oh no, dude, you are a thug, bro.
So
you're a thug. I thought you were gonna say you stole it or something like that.
Stole it at a Target? Yeah, no. So I removed the thing. So my mom saw it, and she was like, whatever. So
what was it again?
It was 9 Inch Nails, The Downward Spiral.
Oh, that's way cooler than mine.
Of course, yeah, isn't it?
You suck, man. I thought you were gonna say something like, I don't know. I don't even know.
Downward Spiral by 9 Inch Nails. So that was my first album I bought with my own money.
That's not fair. That's a great album.
I mean, it's a fantastic album.
While we're on music, and before we actually get back to gaming, I've seen 9 Inch Nails live.
Oh, that must have been something. You know who I saw live? I saw Marilyn Manson live, and Korn. I think during one of those things. But
I've seen Korn live.
So, I think I mentioned before, like, they're in my high school days, in my rebellious phase, right? One of the things I was rebelling against. And I knew my mom hated it because, he was on, like, Time Magazine and all that sort of stuff. Was like, I did it ironically because I knew it would piss off.
Marilyn Manson?
Yes. No, well, listen to Marilyn Manson. like Antichrist Superstar, because she mentioned to me and she was talking about how
You're being edgy.
yeah, basically, like my mom would be like, "Look at this guy, he's awful," blah blah blah. Like, so like, as a teenager, I was like, "Well, this is gonna drive my mom crazy." So I remember buying Antichrist Superstar, and then so I'd buy it, and then I would hide it because the first time I bought it, she took it from me, and once she found out what it was, she took it from me, and then I couldn't get it back. So then I bought it again. And so like I would listen, listen to it, but then like I would hide it in my book bag before I go to school. So I keep it in one of the pouches so my mom couldn't find it. But then my mom found it one day. Like I remember waking up and she's like, she's just like, you thought hiding in your book bag was safe? I got it now. Like she woke me up and she's like, I found it. You thought hiding?
Was she really mad?
Yeah, because she had told me, I couldn't. When she took it the first time, she was like, "What are you doing with this? I told you this wasn't allowed in the house." And I'm like, "Screw you, Ma! You're suffocating my identity."
I imagine Cartman when you said that.
Screw you, man! You're screwing my identity here.
My parents gave me like no structure at all. They let me do whatever I wanted. I watched Predator when I was like 7.
Dude,
so it's probably why I'm a bit weird.
So that's one of the things with my dad was a fireman, right? And he sometimes would work late. He'd get home, but then sometimes, I mean, he was a fireman and all this sort of stuff. But I remember when I was a kid, my dad would wake me up at like 2:00 in the morning, and he'd be like, well, "Hold on." So he'd be like, "Come on, let's go watch a movie." So we go and we watch a movie, and he'd have this big, huge bag of Doritos, and he'd give me like a Coke,
that's awesome.
right? And then he's like, "Let's watch this together." And I forget how old I was at the time, like 8. And then but he's like, "You can never tell your mother about this, right?" So then anytime like an 80s macho movie came out, so he'd wake me up. Like during the day, he'd give me a little tease, being like, "Hey, I might wake you up later," and I get all excited because I don't know what's happening. So
some cool movie.
So we, sit down, get the big bag of Doritos, Coke, and he turns on Predator.
Oh snap!
Right, and then turns on Terminator. It's like, it's Running Man, or it's Total Recall, like those gory.
Yeah.
Like 80s action films. My dad would always wake me up at like 2:00 in the morning, and we'd watch together with like Doritos and stuff. So like so that was always great. And I just always some of my favorite memories. Just kind of waiting in bed, laying, knowing like something cool is gonna happen, and then like my dad waking me up and he's got the bag of Doritos and he's like, I'm like, okay, what are we gonna watch now? What cool action, Schwarzenegger, Stallone move? Oh, Rambo 3.
Did he show you Bloodsport?
No, he wasn't a fan of Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Oh really? Oh, that's a shame.
So, but it was basically like all the Arnold 80s movies, all the Sylvester Stallone 80s movies, like any of that stuff was basically he'd wake me up and be like, let's watch this.
It seemed like an awesome dad.
Yeah.
Like I didn't watch anything with my parents really, but I had a VHS in my room, and like kids at school used to trade VHSs and shit like that. So I'd like end up with like all kinds of random movies I shouldn't have been watching, I guess. So, and that's how I got exposure to that kind of stuff. But Rand, we should probably get back to some gaming.
Yes.
Do some super chatting as well.
Yes. Let me get to some of the super chats. People talking about Daddy Rand, saying he's cool. Daddy Rand is pretty cool.
Yeah, Daddy Rand's awesome.
Noob Sabatsa sent you an early B-Day gift on Xbox, Rand. Oh, I'd have to bring up my Xbox app on the phone. Let me take a look at this. Let's see here. Anything on my phone? Do I have a message?
I should give away some codes as well.
Yeah, you should give away some codes if you have them. I don't see anything on. Do not have chats here on the app. Let's see. Oh, I do have a chat here. Oh. Mr. Noob has given me Phasmophobia.
Ooh,
Thank you. I'll have
nice.
to redeem that and maybe play it sometime. Appreciate you very much. Thank you very much. Good old Collinwood says, do people not remember when Sony closed their media service on PlayStation? People complained that shows they purchased were lost. Yeah, we talked about that. Jez didn't know, but I said
didn't know.
they basically closed it when they transitioned to the PS5.
Yeah.
They closed their whole service, and then there was a thing earlier. I remember earlier this gen where there was like a list of things if you had bought that you lost access to. So that is a thing. I'm off the top of my head, I don't remember what it all was, but that definitely was a thing.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like you lose access to anything on the Microsoft stuff, but at least for now, we never know what's going to happen in the future with digital purchases. But this is the downside of digital, man. Like, it's constantly staring us in the face that physical ownership is better, but nobody can be bothered.
I guess it depends. It depends on how you look at it. Like, for me, I don't care about physical ownership. Right? A lot of people will be like, I want to own it and I want to play it whenever I want. But being who I am as someone who doesn't replay games, like, I'm not going to play, like, Cyberpunk, for instance. Yeah. I'm not playing Cyberpunk 10 years from now or 20 years from now.
And really? Never?
No.
I've already replayed it like 3 times.
No, I don't.
I'm on my 4th playthrough now. I've played through it multiple times on multiple platforms.
But the thing is that I own a bunch of 360 digital games. I even own a bunch of, like, OG Xbox games. I own a bunch of Xbox One games. Have I ever gone back to them? Nope, not a single one.
Fair enough.
So I know for me personally, and this is why I'm going to make that call out, is because I'm not speaking for anybody else other than myself. It's just me, and I know how I am. For me personally,
weird.
Yes, I am weird.
And a criminal.
Like, the physical ownership doesn't really matter to me because I know I'm not going to be playing any of that stuff 10 years from now or 20 years from now. Now, there is a comfort knowing that it would still work, of course. But also, like, a lot of people buy it because, like, I want to be able to play it whenever, but also if I want to sell it or give it to a friend, I can do that. Someone like, hey, I just bought Doom the Dark Ages for $70 and I want to sell it because I didn't like it. Or I just want to get some money back, and you can take it to GameStop and maybe get $45 or $50. So at least, so it didn't cost you that much, right? Because, whatever. But also, like, I game share on Xbox, so everything I share with somebody else, and every purchase we make is basically getting 2 copies, one from me and one from him, and we kind of trade off. So on PlayStation, he bought Death Stranding too. I didn't spend a dime for it. Now, I'll probably end up having to buy Ghosts of Yotai later in the year, but then that makes each purchase $35 if you split everything right down the middle, and $35 is pretty cheap, considering you're getting 2 digital copies that 2 people can play it both at the same time, which comes out to be a lot cheaper than buying a physical copy for one person for $70 that you might be able to sell if you sell it right away for $40. So, like, it just fits me more, like, the whole digital game sharing thing, better than, like, the physical game ownership, which some people. It's like, it's kind of weird because we talked earlier about my movie collection and how when they went to Blu-ray, I sort of felt betrayed. I don't even know if that's even the right word, but it made me not want to collect movies anymore, and I sold them all, and I've never seen a Blu-ray since. So betrayed's maybe not the right word.
I know what you mean.
But then I liken it to what's going on recently with, like, Xbox physical games. Sometimes they get a physical copy, sometimes they don't. And even when we talk about what is Xbox going to do for next generation with their own hardware, and it's like, is even a physical disc drive going to be included in some way, whether in the actual console or as an add-on? And I think of all the people who own all these physical games that have spent a bunch of money on this stuff. And, like, imagine a scenario, hypothetically, where they don't include a disc drive and they don't include an add-on for the disc drive. So there's literally no way to play all your games The only way you could is by keeping your old systems like the Xbox Series X and S, but those aren't guaranteed to last forever, and it seems like Microsoft doesn't really have a willingness to make many more of those. So I wonder how those people would feel. Like these hardcore Xbox fans that have thousands of Xbox games, if Microsoft went down that path. And that basically, Microsoft would basically just be giving the middle finger to those customers. Maybe they'd probably go to the same length I went to. Maybe they wouldn't sell their collection, but I'm sure they would probably never... They probably would not want to spend any money on Xbox anymore or Xbox stuff. You know, why... You know?
Or maybe just rent it via Game Pass.
Maybe, yeah.
More super chats?
Yeah, let me get another one. We got BT Maverick with the super chat. Says, Rand, after getting a PS5 Pro, thanks to your fellow hooved hooligan, Mr. Face, any thoughts on it? And would you say buy one with your own money now, getting hands on it? I mean, I've used it for one game. For Death Stranding 2, and I don't think the differences were that really significant too much between the PS5 version and the PS5 Pro version. And I think it's a better looking system than the PS5 original.
It does look nice.
It looks nicer. It's actually smaller. Is it better? I mean, like I said, I played one game. I can't make a judgment call on that. Here's the thing. I wouldn't have bought it unless he donated the money for it. So, I mean, $700 is a lot. And $700 is a lot for a system that I'm not going to use very often. Like, the next time I turn on my PS5 will probably be for Ghost of Yotai. And then after that, who knows? Now, would I have bought it? If I played PlayStation as much as I played Xbox, would I have bought it? Probably yes. Because I know what I'm getting out of it, because that's where I play. That's why I've always said I would love an Xbox mid-gen console. Because I'm somebody who plays on Xbox all the time, and it would be worth the money to me. So as of right now, I really couldn't recommend it because I've only used one game, and it realistically doesn't look any different to me than before. I guess maybe it's nice to know in the back of my head that like I'm getting the best version of this game, even though it's coming to PC later. But I really can't say that because it is super expensive and it is on a system that I'm barely going to use. And then I'm thinking about next generation, and I'm thinking like, well, the PS6 is probably going to start at $700. And then who knows how expensive the next-gen Xbox is going to be, whether it's from Microsoft themselves or from an OEM. Because there's rumors about... I don't know if you've heard these rumors, Jez, about Xbox OEM consoles coming out next year. That it won't actually be like Xbox's... like their new console that they themselves are making first. It's going to be some like Asus mini PC console thing next year. I mean,
Xbox branded.
Xbox, basically Xbox branded like the ROG Ally, right?
I wouldn't be shocked about that. I could see that happening. I mean, but it wouldn't, without the new chip from AMD, it would just be a PC. Yes. It wouldn't run Xbox games.
Yeah. So,
but I could see them. I could see that being part of their brand partnership, though. Definitely.
Maybe. So I would say no. I wouldn't recommend it. I'd spend more time.
That's a long no.
Well, I mean it. I mean, I'm trying to be
thorough.
Yeah, it's just I used it for one game, and I don't plan on playing another game on there until later in the year. And it is $700, and it's like if you already have a PS5, do you need to spend the money to get the better upgrade? Probably not. But then again, I'm not a power user of PlayStation, so I'm not sure my opinion even matters in that regard. You know?
It's all about the games at the end of the day. Like, the PlayStation Pro is a great system. Nintendo Switch 2 is a great system. But if, like, you've got enough to play where you are, I mean, that's the be-all and end-all, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, since we mentioned the ROG, Might as well talk about this Xbox Ally price leak, Jez. So what's going on with that? Apparently,
Yeah, so
Asus leaked it
this.
themselves, or what's going on?
So I ain't exactly sure what the deal is with this information, but it seems like Google's bots scraped some Asus website and somehow got prices for the ROG Ally 2, which is called the Xbox Ally. And their prices had it at, off the top of my head, 800. Was it 900?
Wasn't it like
euros?
$5.99 for the regular
Hang
one?
on, let me just double check.
It's like $5.99 for the regular one and $8.99 for the. Or no, it was like $4.99 for one and $6.99 for the other, or $7.99. I forget, but it was all in euros.
I'm just looking it up. Okay, so it's €8.99 for the Xbox Ally X, and this was presumably scraped by Google's bots, and then $5.99 for the base Xbox Ally.
Okay, and that's all in euros, right?
That's in euros. So a lot of outlets went with this flat price conversion narrative, and if you convert the current exchange rate of euros to dollars, that works out at around $1,050, right? The US dollar has slid against the euro over the last 6 months because of nerves in the global bond market or something along those lines. And as such, the euro, the price conversion looks a lot worse on paper than it probably usually would. However, this is not how they decide prices. They don't just go like, okay, the base price is going to be this much in euros, and then we'll do a flat translation to dollars. That's not how it's going to look. So I'm pretty confident in guaranteeing that it's not going to be $1,050 in the US. They look at things like purchasing power. They look at things like tariffs. They look at all that kind of stuff. You know, the final price in the United States will look a lot different to this flat price conversion figure flying around, the 1050 thing. And for evidence, you only need to look at how the the ROG Ally 1 is priced. So the ROG Ally 1, which is like, I detailed this in my article, which, most outlets went with the Xbox Ally is going to be $1,000, but I was like, nah, if you actually look at how they've priced the previous Ally, you actually get a much different conversion. So, for example, the ROG Ally X1 is currently $900 in the United States. No, $900 in €900, sorry. But if you go on Asus's website, it actually does come in at $799, a recommended retail price. Best Buy had it up more expensive when I checked, and I'm guessing that's because of stock limitations, and they're just exploiting the lack of stock or something, because obviously there's a new ROG Ally coming out soon. But it did sell for $799 from Asus's website directly. There's also things like value-added tax and those kind of things in Europe, which probably factor into the price as well. So, personally, if I had to guess right now what the ROG Ally was going to cost, I would compare it to the ROG Ally X price, which is probably going to be $800, maybe $900, something like that. But I'm still trying to find out what the final price is going to be. I'm not sure Microsoft themselves have come to a final decision yet, or if they have, they're keeping it pretty close to the chest. But I wouldn't be surprised if we find out at Gamescom, because presumably the ROG Ally will be at Gamescom, like it was in LA, playable for press and all that kind of stuff. So yeah. But
what do you think? What do you think the final price is going to be if you had to bet, if you had to go on one of these betting websites and put some money down? What do you think it's going to end up at?
I mean, yeah, like I said, it's going to be. I reckon it's going to be anywhere between 800 and 900.
So you think it's going to be like it's €8.99 and it's going to be $8.99 US?
Yeah, if I had to guess, I would bet it's somewhere around there. And this is like a seriously powerful device. Like, it's way more powerful than the Switch 2. It's way more powerful than Steam Deck.
Didn't you hear it's got no games though?
Yeah, but it has all the Steam's games.
But it's like literally has all the games. It's literally got all the Steam games and
It's got every single game.
Xbox Play Anywhere game. It's literally
It's got
a PC.
40 years worth of Windows games.
But no, I mean, but the running narratives doesn't have any game. Well, one of the narratives is not an Xbox for whatever reason, and that it has no games because Xbox has no games, or because you can't play your Xbox library on it outside the ones in the Play Anywhere store.
Yeah, it's a gaming PC with Xbox branding. I mean, it's a gaming laptop with Xbox branding. I mean, bloody hell! I mean, this thing's going to be powerful enough that you'd be able to plug it into a monitor and run Adobe Premiere on it and edit your YouTube videos with it. Like it's a seriously beefy device, and some of the leaked benchmarks suggest it's going to have like a power differential of anywhere up to like 25% over the Xbox, the Ally. Bloody hell! Get all my terms mixed up. It's going to have like a 25% boost over the Z1 Extreme. And that's before you talk about things like power efficiency and how it's going to improve battery life. And then also shit like, I don't know, the next generation of frame generation and all that kind of stuff, all those extra features, blah, 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 blah. So, you know, it's going to be a powerful device. And Blake in chat says not every PC game is compatible with these handhelds either. But, you know, I mean, sure, but not every PC game is compatible with your laptop or your desktop or whatever. You know, it's still going to depend on, you know, compatibility with Windows 11 at the end of the day. But you can still run things like DOSBox. You can plug in a mouse and keyboard if it doesn't support gamepads. You can connect it to a monitor. You can dock it. You can do anything with it. You know, you could program on it. It's a PC. It's a laptop in a handheld form factor. But that's the thing. It's not going to be for everyone. It's going to be an expensive device. It's going to be for people who want a PC that can be super portable, because that's, at the end of the day, that's what it is. It's a super portable, very powerful gaming PC. And that's the kind of device I want, you know. Because like I said, like the last time I went traveling, I didn't take my Surface Pro with me, my Surface Pro X. I took my Lenovo Legion Go because it's more powerful. And I used that with a keyboard and mouse instead of my Surface, which is hilarious. So I'm going to use it as an everything kind of laptop replacement because it's way lighter than my laptop. My laptop is really powerful. It's got 48 in it, but it's super heavy. And obviously, it's, you know, the power brick for my laptop is huge. You could beat someone to death with it, you know. But yeah. It will be interesting to see what the final price is. I
would imagine we have to get that at Gamescom, right?
Yeah, I reckon Gamescom. But like, we had Gary. Sorry,
I was gonna say, which is about a month from now.
Yeah, about a month from now, I'm gonna be at Gamescom. So if you want me to check out a certain game, let me know on Patreon. I put a post up on the free tier, so you guys could suggest games that I could check out. I've still got some bookings left to make. I've got a pretty rammed schedule already, though. Gonna check out some awesome games. But yeah, I think we find out at Gamescom. But in a previous episode of Xbox 2+1, we had the Forks on, and his YouTube channel is sort of dedicated to handhelds and the technology behind them. Like, he predicted $900, I think, off the top of my head, for the Xbox Ally X, the more powerful version. And then I think he predicted $600 for the regular Xbox Ally, which is going to be less powerful, but maybe more of a, you know, 2D or stylized 3D games, not really the high-end games necessarily. But yeah, looks like it's going to be good.
Yeah, I'm still not really. I don't really have any interest in the Ally X. I don't have any interest in handheld gaming, so it's definitely it definitely doesn't interest me. I'm sure it'll interest some other people.
I'm
sure.
all about that shit.
I know you are.
I would buy that shit outright.
I know, but yeah, even if it comes in at that price, like you said, $900, that's an expensive boy. You know, with after taxes, that's, you know, you're looking at basically $1,000.
Yeah,
you know,
we'll see. We'll see.
We'll see. I mean, who knows? Maybe it is $1,000 off the cuff, and you know, then it's like maybe even more. Be, yeah. So we'll see. We'll see how that ends up happening. But you also wrote an article about next gen streaming stuff, like their next gen plans for some of that stuff, right? This week.
Yeah, I did write an article about the next gen of cloud. So the gist of the article was like, it's not just it's not just console that's getting the next gen treatment. They're working on a plan for cloud as well, under multiple code names. Like I found out recently that Microsoft now uses multiple code names per device, per team, to try and track down leaks. So we don't do code names anymore. But Microsoft is working on a next gen version of cloud, which is going to have all the things that people have been requesting and hoping for, like improved bit rate. It's going to have options for improved resolution. There's going to be cloud only tiers. So like for people who are cloud first, and there are countries where cloud is now bigger than console, I'm told. So there'll be cloud only tiers, which will be cheaper without PC and console Game Pass. I've also heard rumors that they might even look to Nvidia and introduce a free tier. Like Nvidia has a free tier that's very limited, and I think it's got ad support as well. But I think it's kind of like the idea is that you try it out with the free tier and then you upgrade to get rid of the ads, like Nvidia does. And what else? The next gen Xbox controllers are going to have direct to Wi-Fi signals, so that you can connect straight to the cloud through the Wi-Fi, so you don't have to tunnel your controller through Bluetooth on your TV, because that adds a lot of latency. If you're playing on a Samsung TV with cloud, using Bluetooth to your TV, and TVs don't often have the best Bluetooth signals, you're adding a ton of latency just with the Bluetooth there. But like with the direct to Wi-Fi connection, which is what Stadia had for its latency, the next Xbox controller should be better at cloud as well. Eliminate some milliseconds.
Do you remember Stadia?
I remember what features are.
No, I actually got Stadia. It was free. It was
I got it
on
too,
sale. It was like whatever. It was like
Yeah.
it was like zero. So I literally got it. I never even opened the package.
Yeah.
It's just like literally in a drawer over here somewhere. But I got it for free. It's just like, all right. Never even used it.
Yeah.
So pour one out
Good
for
up.
Stadia, guys. I guess.
There was something else. Oh yeah. I found out this recently, but xCloud should be dropping the beta tag before the end of the year.
Yeah, they've been on beta since it launched, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like how Fortnite was in beta forever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So cloud's a big focus area for them, because again, it increases playtime hours.
So how many geez, so you basically said that they're probably going to add a cloud gaming tier to Game Pass, right?
Yeah.
And
I don't know if
maybe
it'll be for every territory, but
maybe even a free ad supported tier, right? Is what you said.
Yeah.
Don't you think at some point
I
that's
don't
like,
know for sure on the ad support tier, but
let's say hypothetically those are true. They both happen, right? Which I think we've said for a long time. Cloud streaming tier needs to happen. If you're really serious about that. I mean, I don't know what you price it at. $5 or $10. Knowing them, it's probably $10.
it probably needs to follow. It needs to at least be similar in price to GeForce Now.
Yeah,
Because GeForce Now has like a big edge in latency.
tiers.
Yeah, they do. They've got 3 tiers, and GeForce Now. GeForce Now is a free tier, and then a standard tier, and then a premium tier. Premium tier gives you a 4080, I think, off the top of my head, with up to 4K 240 frames per second streaming. And then you've got like the standard tier, which is 1080p 60, I think, without ads, and then the free tier, which is 1080p 60 with ads, and also 1 hour limits per session or something like that.
Yeah. But the thing with Game Pass is it already has so many tiers. You already have 3 tiers right now with core, standard, and ultimate, not to mention a PC only tier. So basically, it already has 4 tiers. And now you're like, we're gonna add a cloud only tier, and we're gonna add a free tier. So you're talking about like 6. It almost sort of seems like they need to fold core into standard or something, and make there be less tiers.
I think like with next gen, I think core probably goes away, because I don't see how you can charge people for online play in a universe where you're putting Steam on your system, because PC gamers aren't going to pay for that shit. But like at the same time, like I think we were talking about this with Colin, it's like, well, if you are, how do you monetize people that come to your Xbox just straight through Steam, especially if you are going to take low margin on the hardware, which they're always going to do, I think. I do think the next gen systems will be more expensive, but I think they also are cognizant of the fact that people expect consoles to be a certain price, right? Um, so I don't know. I could see it going two ways, but we'll see
Yeah.
what happens with that shit. But I do think like some of the tiers will go away. Maybe they even don't call it Game Pass
Yeah,
with
I guess they
xCloud. Maybe they could call it like, you know, cloud gaming free, cloud gaming standard, cloud gaming ultimate, and then like with
Yeah,
Xbox
but
Ultimate, maybe you get it.
yeah, I mean maybe they could
I
because
don't
like
know.
cloud gaming is included under Ultimate, so maybe they make its own thing and not included in Game Pass. Uh
Mhm.
but then Game Pass is the thing that's kind of been all inclusive. I mean, they moved Xbox Live Gold and changed that
Yeah,
and made it Xbox Game Pass Core. So
yeah.
yeah, I guess we'll just have to wait and see
Gonna
for
be
all
interesting.
that sort of stuff to happen. Did you see this rumor? Maybe not even really a rumor, but that there's an
What's up?
unannounced From Software game getting close to release potentially. Might be like released next year. People are
Yeah, what
speculating.
was it code named?
I forget right off the top of my head.
Something like FBC or something. Like it was an
Something like
acronym.
that. And I think like people are speculating Armored Core. I think they even mentioned Special Nick of Xbox there not that long ago said that there's like a Dark Souls remaster in the works. Maybe it's that Dark Souls 3, not 1. Dark Souls
Ah,
3 remaster or something. But I
I would have
mean,
played Dark Souls one
dude, you
again.
talk about one of the most prolific studios out there. I mean, you got to From Software knows how to
Oh
release
yeah,
games. I mean, Elden Ring in 2022, which took over the whole gaming industry to what? 2024 was Armored Core, right? 2 years later they released Armored Core
yeah.
6.
I
This
need to
year
finish that, man. I was
this year
enjoying that
was
game.
Elden Ring Night Rain, which topped the charts. Obviously not going to sell as much as Elden Ring, but
Not for everyone.
they have an
But it
exclusive
was really
game.
popular.
They have an exclusive game with Nintendo. The Dust Blood's coming out next year, I think. And then
Yep.
supposedly whatever this thing is, uh, they're
Cooking,
they're
man.
really fast getting stuff out, and their stuff sells really good. So
Yeah, sure
I know.
does.
What would you want to see from software? Because when people hear like, oh, a Dark Souls 3 remaster, they're not that excited. They kind of want like a Dark Souls 1 remake or something. Or
I would like to see. I would have liked to have seen a Dark Souls 1 remake. I haven't played Dark Souls 3 yet. It's kind of like in my backlog of shame. I'm sort of halfway through Dark Souls 2 right now. Um, but yeah, I would have taken it. I would have taken that. Um, but I kind of want to see where they go with Armored Core because like I remember a vague interview before where vaguely I remember an interview where they were talking about Armored Core and they were like we can do more to get this to the next level because I think the new Armored Core was like pretty well received, but it was quite clear that this didn't have like the same production values to some degree as like an Elden Ring or something like that. But it also at the same time felt like there's just so much potential here for this to really get to that next level. So I kind of want to see what they do with Armored Core. I need to finish that game, man. I was enjoying myself with that game. Um, yeah.
yeah,
Sogor in chat says Night Rain is a cash grab, soulless, and content light. I mean, Night Rain does seem to have been pretty controversial, but it's super popular though. I mean, I think like what's he called now? Matt Piscatella. When he put out like the figures for the month Night Rain launched, I think it was like third for revenue or something like that. I can't remember off the top of my head, but it's pretty high, right?
yeah, and it's the Project FMC. Yeah, was what the
FMC.
project name is.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, we'll see what they do. I mean, I have seen that take about Elden Ring Night Rain, and I've seen that take about a lot of their games where they reuse a lot of assets, right? A lot of the stuff
They've
that
always
is in
done
Dark
that.
Souls and is the same in Elden Ring or whatever. And I've specifically seen that complaint about Night Rain, where it's like Night Rain, they're reusing the same assets and the same thing, and it's just a cash grab and all that sort of stuff.
Mm.
Now, I have a couple buddies who played through that whole thing and got all the completion. They've done everything in it, and they love the game. They might still admit maybe it's a cash grab. I don't know. I just wasn't really not interested in a co-op or a multiplayer version of Elden Ring. So it just wasn't something I was interested in playing. But yeah, I mean, I would argue like it is selling off its name. It is selling off From Software. It is selling off of Elden Ring. And I don't. If you were to ask like From Software's fans what they would have wanted after Elden Ring, I doubt multiplayer focused live service games were. I don't. Many people would be like, "That's what we want From Software to do," right? Most people would be like, "No, we just want more games like this." But they went a different direction. Maybe it's because like they wanted to test the waters to see how it would work and if there was any success they could have, or
maybe
how stuff it would work in this thing. I don't know. But if
maybe
it's the type of game
like
they wanted to make, it's the type of game they wanted to make, right?
Maybe part of it's like, you know, maybe part of it's just like we want to use this to fund Elden Ring 2, you know. And
Bro,
maybe it is a bit of a cash grab,
like
but it's also
selling
like
30 million copies of Elden Ring doesn't help fund Elden Ring 2, then there's a problem.
Sure, but they've got shareholders too, right?
Yeah,
shareholders,
one of them being
shareholders
Sony, I think.
Yeah, shareholders extract value from the business. So when you've got shareholders, you have to do what you normally do, and then like a little bit extra for the people who.
Dude, what if Xbox 2 had shareholders?
XB2?
Yeah, what if we had shareholders?
I don't know.
Should we go public and just sell shareholders?
Sell XB2 stock?
Yeah.
Who'd buy that shit?
Nobody. Probably.
I just got flashbacks to The Wolf of Wall Street where they're doing the penny stocks, and Leonardo's going crazy down the phone. A great movie, man. I love that movie.
Yeah, so unannounced From Software game. Yeah, I mean, is there anything we missed? Anything chat wants us to discuss?
I think we caught everything. Maybe get some super chats and then flip it up to the good old Patreon question.
Let's see what we got here. We got Web Dave becoming a member of the channel. Appreciate you, Mr. Dave. Enjoy the
and I'll be hanging out with Web Dave and Hog Eat tomorrow on their podcast, so check that out.
Tomorrow? I thought he does it on Sunday. Is he doing it on Saturday this week?
Oh, I thought it was Saturday. Maybe it is Sunday. I don't know.
I'm pretty sure they do it Sunday evening.
It's in my calendar either way.
We got Silas, who says, Rand, do you have any guilty pleasure book series that you read, like Hunger Games, Twilight, 50 Shades, any young adult crud? I mean, I've read Hunger Games. I mean, I enjoyed the Hunger Games. I wouldn't call it a guilty pleasure. Guilty pleasure is something. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. My view of a guilty pleasure is like something that you know is sort of bad, but you watch it anyways because it makes you happy. So like you mentioned some of those things. I don't really have that with books. I have been really getting into Michael Connelly's The Lincoln Lawyer series, which is a book series about a lawyer, a defense lawyer, and I find that stuff riveting. It's great. I wouldn't classify it as guilty pleasure because the books are awesome. So no, I don't think I have anything that I would classify as a guilty pleasure for books. I mean, there have been guilty pleasures for TV shows. Like I watched NCIS for the longest time. I don't know why. It's one of those like shows for old people on CBS where it was like a investigative thing with the Navy. I watched that for like 6 seasons. Or I watched like CSI. I watched that for a little bit. Like those would be like guilty pleasures because I'm not going to recommend it to anybody. I'm not even going to talk about it because, you know, you kind of don't want people to know. But no, I don't really have any guilty pleasures for books. I mean, that would imply a series that's gone on for a while, but like I did read Dresden, all of Dresden, which was 17 books, but I wouldn't call that a guilty pleasure. Those books are really good, and I really like that series. So, I mean,
what about what's that book you like?
What?
The one with Randall Thor in it.
Wheel of Time. It's not a guilty pleasure,
right?
That's
Huh.
that's a masterpiece.
Isn't it?
It's a masterpiece.
Wasn't the TV show really bad?
I mean, the TV show wasn't good. I mean, yeah, I guess you could say the
Bad,
TV show was a
bad
guilty
TV show,
pleasure.
bad book.
No,
If it was a
no.
good book, it would have turned into a good TV show.
Oh,
right?
shut up. Mr. Celine Dion is my first record I ever bought.
Ah,
Yeah, I could see you clutching that CD to your chest as you're leaving the store, being like, I'm gonna go home and I'm gonna listen to this on repeat. You little lover of Titanic and Kate Winslet and Leonardo DiCaprio and Celine Dion. Did you always picture yourself as Leo in the movie, where you would stand at the front of a ship's bow and do that with your future girlfriend while singing "My Heart Will Go On"? Is this what happened? See, Jez, now that if you ever come down and talk about some of the stuff, I got something on you now, Mr. Celine Dion.
Yeah.
Jez.
Great.
Celine Dion Corden, ladies and gentlemen.
Great.
So you got to be careful how much sometimes you want to make fun of me, because now I know.
Yep, you know.
Yes. We got Michael Mooney, who says there's an AMD Magnus die leak doing the rounds with the possibility of it being a Gen 10 console die. You hear anything about this?
Yeah, I did see this leak. It was actually shared to me on Discord by Jotaro.
Okay.
He's a member of our Discord.
What's the skinny, yo? What's the skinny?
Honestly, a lot of it went way above my head.
Okay.
I think it's a huge blind spot for me, like chip technology and stuff like that. And I spoke to like someone in our team who's like, on a hardware team, and they were like, "Oh God, this is even above my head." So like, I can't really comment on it for now, but if it's true, then from what I could tell, it sounded like pretty expensive. I think people were comparing it to a 48, I think, or something. I can't remember. But yeah, I can't really say much about it. I'll try and do some research, and I'll ask maybe people at Microsoft I know if they know anything about it. But these things do tend to leak because a lot of people work on them, and also like, how would you call it now? You also get into situations where like benchmarks get uploaded to the internet and stuff like that. So I don't know. We'll see. I'll look into it.
Yeah, I didn't even see it, but then that tech stuff
Pretty
over
fresh.
my head. Anyways, we got the Liz, who says, I have a first-gen ROG Ally Z1 Extreme. I love it. I'm day one for the Xbox ROG Ally X with the Z2 Extreme. I think the AI cores in Z2 will help with FPS. Well, that's probably the hope.
Like that's because like AMD considers these to be AI chips or whatever, because they have AI cores and they're designed to offload some of the frame gen stuff. Like a lot of people, like one of the things that I see a lot of these days is with the handheld community. There's this app you can get on Steam called Lossless Scaling, and it injects software level frame generation and resolution generation boosting stuff into your game. The downside is today that a lot of those features usually result in input lag, but like if you've got the AI cores handling those tasks, it shouldn't introduce input lag in theory. So yeah, I think they should be good, and it should also offer a glimpse of what the next Xbox will look like, or the next PlayStation as well, for that matter. Since it's all AMD,
That's
AMD's laughing to the bank.
Nah, and so's Nvidia. They're the number one.
Oh yeah.
Highest valued company in the world? Nvidia. Who would have thought
the
that
universe.
10 years ago or 20 years ago?
Definitely nobody, I think.
Yeah, pretty much. We got the Grand Bip, who says, "Hey Rand and Jez, if you could remake any game like the Final Fantasy VII remake with the blank check budget, what game would you choose and what changes would you make? For me, it would be Mafia 2. I know for Jez, it would be World of Warcraft.
I wouldn't remake.
Yeah, you
Perfection.
would. You would totally remake
It's already perfect, bro. No need to remake that shit. What would I remake?
I mean, just thinking about it, what games would I remake that I really like? And obviously some people might be like, well, BioShock, but I'm not even sure
I
BioShock
was
needs a
thinking of that.
remake. You know,
I don't know, man. Have you tried playing it recently? It's pretty
no.
dated.
I mean, you could just update the weapon systems. Like, does it need a full on remake? Probably not.
All right, I get you.
So like when I think of remakes, I'm thinking of like like the Xbox, the OG Xbox era. And one that does come to mind was one that they were doing, and that's Knights of the Old Republic.
Oh yeah, yeah, shit.
Like in the vein of Final Fantasy VII Remake, that would be one I would definitely want. Or like something like another BioWare game, Jade Empire. I don't know if you ever played Jade Empire.
Yeah, I didn't play Jade Empire. My brother really liked it. I remember him being a big stan for that game. I yeah. What I'm trying to think of is games that could have been great if they didn't run out of money. Like there's like a bunch of games where it's like, oh, this is such a great concept, and then it just didn't pan out. Like Too Human, for example. That's like a notorious one a lot of people remember.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, it
I can't
also
think of
is
many.
like we are getting a remake of Silent Hill 1, which is
That
maybe
is
one I
true.
would say. Like, hey, Silent Hill 1 remade in another game. This is Final Fantasy, so whatever. Bro, Final Fantasy 8. Let's go. Let's remake Final Fantasy 8.
Oh man, Rand playing with fire. I mean, there's rumors that Final Fantasy 9 remake is in trouble or been cancelled. Like Final Fantasy 9 in the vein of Final Fantasy 7 is something I absolutely would have loved to have seen. Um, I don't know, man. A lot of the games that I thinking of immediately, they're either already had remakes or they're getting remakes. Mars Dompier in chat says Phantom Dust.
Oh, Mr. Yeah, okay.
Phantom Dust.
Here's one.
I'm gonna say
Here's one. I got
Dragon
one.
Age Origins 1.
Yeah, I mean, so like some of them have already been remade, like the Resident Evil. Like even when they announced the remake of Resident Evil 4, I was like, does Resident Evil 4 really need a remake? And then you play and you're like, yeah, actually, this is amazing. So like the Resident Evil series, like why not do Resident Evil 1 and that same formula? It's just like begging for one. I mentioned Silent Hill 1, which they're doing, so okay. I mentioned Final Fantasy 8 because there are times when I sit there and I'm like, some days Final Fantasy 7 is my favorite one, but then some days when I'm feeling a little
Emo,
a little
spicy.
rebellious,
Oh.
Final Fantasy 8 might be my favorite.
Final Fantasy 8, really?
I'm just saying sometimes. But
really?
Here's one for you, okay? That's probably old enough, and it's already had one remake. So it came out, and then the next generation, it actually had a remake. Do you know what I'm thinking of?
No.
Metal Gear Solid.
Oh yeah.
You know what they had it with on the PS1, and then they remade it, called it Twin Snakes on the the GameCube.
And they changed Gray Fox's voice for some reason.
There's a part of me that's like, man, I actually could dig a Metal Gear Solid remake. Updated in like how Metal Gear Solid 5 or how like Death Stranding's combat plays out and stuff, and that'd be something.
Yeah, that's a good shout. I agree with that one.
As far as anything else, I mean, I'm thinking of RPGs because like RPGs was like my favorite genre back then. What about something like Chrono Cross? Remember Chrono Cross or Chrono Trigger?
I never played that. I never played either of those.
No.
Those are SNES games, right?
Chrono Cross was PlayStation 1. What about Shadow Hearts?
Oh yeah. Well, they're kind of making they kickstarted a spiritual successors of Shadow Hearts, didn't they? They could do Legend of Dragoon as well. Well, yeah, they are. They're doing a spiritual successor to Shadow Hearts. I can't remember what it's called off the top of my head. But yeah, that the original team got back together to do a new one.
I know
Yeah.
there were some people that will say like Morrowind wouldn't
Yeah,
like
maybe
needs
we'll
a
get it.
remake. I don't know about that, but for me, it's all would be basically like the older games. You know, I
I
mean,
think remakes
maybe you could
are
go
gonna
early 360
be.
stuff, but
Hmm. I think remakes are gonna be more and more frequent and prevalent this next gen because, like I said, like the marketing dollars for educating users on what your brand new shiny new IP is very very stretched now. So more than ever, it's like we need to leverage what we've already got, at least for now. So I wouldn't be surprised if they do start looking even further back, like to a Morrowind for a remake and shit like that. Because I think like people have heard of Morrowind, but even I haven't played it. Like it was after my time, man. So
what about if we're going FPS? What about Time Splitters?
Time Splitters, I never played that. I have friends who really liked it, but I never played it myself.
Yeah, I mean, there's some mileage you can get out of it, but I guess
What
maybe
about
the
Pokemon? The first Pokemon game.
well, I mean, if we're gonna go back that far, why not remake Mario 64 or something? You know,
What about Kirby? Kirby's Dream Land on the Game Boy.
I mean,
What
there's a
about
lot.
Pong on the Atari? Nah. Or
Yeah, I don't know.
Pac-Man.
The one that
Wasn't
always
there a
comes to my
Pac-Man
head is like
remake recently?
the what remake?
They've done like some dark reimagining of Pac-Man recently.
Oh yeah,
Bandai
that game's
Namco.
supposed to be coming out soon. Yeah.
That's weird.
Um, we got let's see here. We got yeah. Web Dave says Saturday special so Jez can guest on Gamers Console. That's right. So he says it is Saturday.
Mm.
Volord says the price confusion is a failure on Microsoft's part to expand Xbox to Windows gaming. Xbox has been on PC since 2019, but Xbox PC still means nothing.
There is a brand gap. I think that Microsoft's gonna have to work through. Like, there's loads of weird issues as well with like Xbox Play Anywhere and stuff. I was literally talking to someone at Xbox today about this, like how like Fallout 4, for example. Fallout 4 isn't Xbox Play Anywhere, even though it's a Microsoft IP and it had a big update last year. It has a completely separate code base on PC, so they can't do like cross saves. They can't do any of the Play Anywhere stuff, and it's like it's kind of confusing when like you are a Microsoft and you're trying to push these sort of interconnected aspects of your system, and loads of games like Fallout 76, Fallout 4, Diablo 4, for example. A lot of these games aren't Xbox Play Anywhere for like a variety of random technical reasons. So like I agree in a sense that today Xbox PC doesn't mean anything because there's so much inconsistency there with the overlapping features, the overlapping entitlements, and all that kind of thing. But I do think like they're going in the right direction, and I think over time it will be a lot more meaningful than it is right now. Like one thing that I've constantly got turned on Xbox PC is like the Xbox Play Anywhere filter. Because I am someone who uses handhelds heavily while traveling, while visiting family and stuff. Because I'm kind of antisocial, so it's nice to have access to my Xbox games whenever I like. Um, but like a lot of those games on the Xbox PC store are on Xbox Play Anywhere. So like in essence, what does Xbox PC mean if it doesn't have those Xbox PC features, right? I think it will get better.
Let's see what else we got here. We have Noob once again who says I realized my gift is better played with friends, so I sent Jez the same gift. Enjoy the spooky fun. I love the pod. You guys are a must listen. Well, thank you.
Oh, that's really kind of you, man.
That's
How
that's
did you
awesome.
do that? I didn't think you could gift games cross region.
He might not be able to. So yeah, I don't know if so either my code's gonna work or your code's not gonna work, or your code will work and my code won't. Type of thing.
Yeah, I actually haven't got a message, so that might be.
Yeah. And Champagne
Yeah.
Supernova says 2 tickets to Coldplay. Want to go? Just as workmates.
Thank you anyway. 2 tickets to Coldplay.
I just
actually.
saw Insider Gaming posted an article about that Coldplay cheating scandal has already been turned into a game on Steam.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's so fucking funny.
Apparently.
Yeah. I Yeah, it's funny, man.
That is hilarious. So I take it, you want to go to Patreon questions?
Yeah, let's do it, man.
All right. Do us a big favor, hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't already. Check out our sponsor for this episode, which is Surfshark, as Jez would say, rawr. 86% off a 2-year deal. Links in the description or pinned to the comments section. If you want to support the show, that's one way to do it, as well as signing up for Patreon, where you can get access like Q&As. So we're going to go to the Patreon Q&As right here, and we will have a nice discussion. We got John, who says, what do you think of the state of gaming journalism at the moment? If journalists keep posting incorrect information about Game Pass costs, for example, without proper sourcing, and then having to walk it back a day later, and other journalists write stories without questioning or trying to verify information, are journalists any better than content creators? Oh, ouch. Ooh, getting right to the core of it, huh? Yeah.
I mean, I think a lot of...
He speaks kind of some truth there, Jez. Is journalists any better than content creators? Oh. You know?
I mean, it's true. I mean, a lot of game writers, they ain't trained journalists. I ain't a trained journalist, you know. And I've always, you know, I aspire to journalism, but I've always been a blogger. I've been writing blogs since I was 13. My first ever blog, and this is another embarrassing story. My first ever blog was about Big Brother and reacting to Big Brother on bloody Blogspot or wherever it was called back then. And like, I had like readers then, you know, just, so I've always sort of approached it that way. Informative, but also entertaining, like a YouTuber, but instead of making videos, I write articles. And I think people who like are frequent readers of my content, they know like how I approach that kind of thing. But much like YouTubers, even like big writers are kind of, they're beholden to the way Google handles search traffic. So increasingly, like, people don't visit websites. They arrive to articles via Google search and Google News. And Google won't even show your article if you don't have a YouTube style headline, you know. On an Android phone, when you swipe left, you get a feed of trending news stories. And that's how most people find the news these days. And of course, that feed with the links and the titles works in much the same way to the YouTube subscription feed. And we've all kind of just accepted that YouTubers have to make titles in a certain way. Increasingly, not increasingly, it's just the reality. Like, this is what it is like for bloggers and blog websites and all that kind of thing. The titles have to be clicky, you know.
Here's what I'll say, like, if we were using the Chris String thing, for example, where Chris String is a business analyst, I'm not even sure if he would classify himself as a journal or like an
I think he said
journalist.
that he's not a journalist.
He's like a business analyst or something, whatever. But a lot of the things he says is of interest to journalists who cover the industry, because he'll talk about how well a game is doing or what a platform's doing, and that's of interest to their readership, right? So if Chris String says something, people will usually pounce on it because they can get mileage out of it. They can get clicks. So in this instance, his reply of, hey, I asked Xbox PR, and this is what they told me, that first party stuff isn't including Game Pass costs. An actual proper journalist, even if their website ran the story, an actual proper journalist would probably then go ask Microsoft themselves, because they might be thinking in the back of their heads, oh, well, what if he's wrong? I might be able to get exclusive out of this. Where like
that's what I did.
Right? So they're probably, so if you didn't do that, and then if you're a website that ran the article but didn't run the retraction, you're not a real journalistic website. Because ethically that'd probably violate a bunch of like journalistic ethical things, where it's like the person you're sourcing, you're okay with posting the first article, but then when you retracted it and you didn't run the retraction, you're not really a journalist at that point. You're no better than the content creators you all make fun of, right? So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I was, as far as I could tell, I was the only outlet that covered it while trying to get a source on it. And to be fair, not everyone can get sourcing, but they've still got clicks to get and they've got quotas to run and all that kind of thing. You've just got to try and find the content creators that you enjoy, interacting with. I don't really begrudge anyone who does what they need to do to, support their families or pay their bills or anything like that, right? But at the same time, it's like you said, like it's not hard to run a retraction. It's not hard to update the article and be like, and then post a tweet on socials and be like, okay, so this article was updated and here's the new information. And Windows Central doesn't get everything right. We're such a tiny team. I think we've got like 8 active writers, something like that. Such a tiny team. But I like to think when things like that have happened on our end, we have updated the articles. We have gone to sources. We have asked PR for a statement. And if PR hasn't given us a statement, we've noted that PR hasn't given us a statement, right? Like there's a story I'm holding off on covering right now, Rand, because of these journalistic kind of things, right? When we didn't talk about it earlier, but Contraband has posted a job listing, right, for a new producer. Now, Windows Central hasn't run this article. I haven't written this article up because I can't get confirmation from Microsoft PR that the game isn't cancelled. Right. And I'm kind of sitting there thinking, if the game isn't cancelled or the game is safe and all this kind of thing, and it could be nothing, of course. It could just be a case of we don't want to add more noise to the situation. In fact, that's probably what it is. They just don't want more noise right now. But I'm sitting there thinking, I don't want to put out a story that, the game's totally fine and dandy and everything's going to be great, if I can't even get Microsoft to commit on the record that Contraband's still coming, right?
Right.
So I'm trying to get more information before I start saying that Contraband's all fine and dandy.
It would look really bad if you wrote an article being like, Contraband's here, they're hiring, so it looks good, only for next week to be like, actually, Contraband's been canceled. Because then it looks you don't know what you're talking about. And if you can't get Microsoft to officially tell you on or off the record, if the game still exists,
I didn't even think of it in. I didn't even think of it in terms of that. I just thought
but if
I don't really have anything to add here.
Right.
Whenever I write a story, I generally want to add something.
Sure, but if you can't even get Microsoft themselves, because you've asked before about Contraband, and they told you, because remember we had this discussion a year ago. What's up with Contraband? And you went and you asked, and I think you got it off the record that Contraband's still being worked on. It's not canceled, right? Because this isn't the first time we talked specifically about this game.
Yeah, I mean,
but you can't even get it.
I can't even get it off the record.
But you can't even get it on or off the record about the state of Contraband, which you would imagine if the game is fine and still ongoing, then what's the harm in telling you that it's actually still alive?
Yeah, and just to be completely clear, this could just mean nothing.
Yeah.
The fact that I can't get a statement on it doesn't mean.
Yeah. But then I also think if Avalanche, let's say if the game was canceled, I would imagine people at Avalanche would be saying something on LinkedIn and elsewhere.
Yeah, of course.
Right.
So I think at least if they're hiring, as far as they're aware, it's not cancelled.
Yeah. So maybe.
But I'm just Microsoft seems to be in a period of we want to be radio silent on this for now, just in case, because I do feel like Microsoft is probably looking at what happened with Perfect Dark, and then looking even further back to stuff like Scalebound. And there was that weird. I don't know if this was public or not. Did we talk about this? There was a weird rumor that the reason that they even announced Perfect Dark was basically dare us to cancel this.
Well, yeah, that it was kind of a.
Or was that just speculation or something? I can't remember.
That was just kind of rumors and speculation or whatever. But
yeah,
who knows what's true? But you would think if Microsoft were going to cancel Contraband, they would cancel them along with the other games, because it wouldn't make any sense to be we canceled these 3 games and then a month later be and we also are canceling this one, because then it starts up a
But
whole.
maybe they just don't know. Maybe they're just
Well,
like, we
if they don't
can't
know,
guarantee.
if they don't know, then I'm sorry, like that's pretty awful because then you're just opening yourself up. And there's more rakes for you to step on. If, like, look, you had all the bad news in one go. Like, you laid off all these people for AI and for whatever reasons to cut Xbox's budget for the upcoming fiscal year. All those things to why you do that stuff. And also, all right, we cancel some projects. Perfect Dark, Everwild, and the Zenimax MMO. All right, everybody can get out their discontent and their disappointment and their rage about losing those games, right? It would be pretty bad, in my opinion, of leadership to then like wait a month to be like, oh, by the way, Contraband's canceled too. Because then
maybe it isn't a month. Maybe it's a year. Maybe it's the next fiscal year.
Well, sure. If it's like the next year, sure. That's a different scenario. Like the next fiscal year comes by and there's been no progress on the game whatsoever, and you cancel it. But I'm just saying, if it was like, if we're talking like the next 2 weeks or the next month, and they make that announcement, it'd be like, that's pretty stupid, in my opinion. Like, obviously,
yeah,
like 6 months from now, it's one thing. But if it was like, if they had if they were planning on canceling it when all that stuff would happen, and they just didn't for whatever reason, only to hold off to cancel it a month later, that would be incredibly dumb, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't think it's like there's a plan to cancel it now. What I personally think is like they're being radio silent on it because they're not sure if it makes it.
Oh, so you're thinking like they won't even tell you if it's because okay. I mean, maybe they gave them a thing.
They've changed their philosophy about announcing things early, because I did get a statement. When was it? Was it last year? Because I wrote an article because I asked them last year, is this game cancelled? And I think I did get a statement then.
You did.
And I wrote about it. I don't know. I mean, it's probably like a bit of overthinking here, but it's probably like Microsoft just being like, we're not going to talk about upcoming games anymore unless we're certain. I think that's probably more what it is about. But yeah, we'll see. But like I say, that's why I'm not running the story journalistically.
Yeah, Noob says, Jez, I sent your code via Xbox, not YouTube. Perhaps it's a spoof account. If so, my good intentions were there. Lol. Okay.
Yeah, I really appreciate you, dude. Either way, like, I haven't got it. My gamer tag is just Jez on Xbox Live, JZ. So, I didn't get through there. But I will say, like, the gifting system is region locked because of local laws, apparently. And I don't get this. Like, why is gifting region locked on Xbox, but it's not region locked on Steam? That makes no fucking sense to me. But yeah, it is what it is. But I will purchase the game, and you can give away the code to a mate on your end. And maybe we'll do an Xbox 2 Ultimate where we play the game together.
All right. So we got Silas, who says, boys, let's discuss a console maker that doesn't lay off employees and close studios every few months. Nintendo. One of the many things Nintendo does is not give public-facing names to their internal Japanese, Kyoto and Tokyo-based teams. While studios they have purchased, like Retro, Next Level, Monolith, kept their names. Their homegrown studios are just Nintendo, as if that's a baseline for what gamers should expect from a game bearing their name. While these teams do have internal names, they are only known to hardcore gamers. For example, if you ask who developed Animal Crossing or Splatoon, 99% of gamers would say Nintendo. While diehard fans like Rand would say Production Group Number 5. Do you like this strategy? Jez, I think Blizzard is like this too, correct me if I'm wrong. Or is it better to let everyone know the studios behind the games, like the Coalition, Naughty Dog, etc.?
It is. I have seen debate about this, even within Xbox. Because there is two schools of thought. It's like, obviously Blizzard is like that. Flat,
yeah, Blizzard is like that. Like Blizzard 2 and Blizzard 4, right? Blizzard 5 or something.
Blizzard 4. And then you also have Square Enix do it that way to some degree as well, I think. So there is like, I suppose when you are trying to control the brand of your company, it can probably be a good thing to some degree. And one thing I do know that Xbox is doing is that they are moving further in that direction. Like the amount of cross pollination between the different Microsoft studios is more than it's ever been. This is why, like, we talk about like what value add does Ninja Theory add to Xbox, even if like Hellblade never blows up like Fortnite. But they offer a lot of value in their Unreal expertise. They offer a lot of value because they've got motion capture studio in the UK, and which can help out Playground Games and making Fable and all that kind of shit, right? So, Microsoft is organizing themselves a little bit more like that, in a sort of Nintendo-like fashion, where the studios work together and help each other out. But I've seen Microsoft like debate both sides of it. Like, I actually remember overhearing a conversation about this in LA once, and I think, I won't say who it was because it's paraphrasing, but someone pretty high up at Xbox, I'll say that, said something along the lines of, we like the studios to keep their identity if they want to have it. Obviously Blizzard's never worked like that, but many of the studios have, and they like to have their identities and stuff like that. So, I think it's just a case of what's best for the studio and the publisher and stuff like that. But I don't know what I personally think is best. If I was running the studio myself, I would probably want it to be numbered teams, personally. I want the Xbox brand, to do all the front loading, all that kind of stuff. But obviously there's risks associated with that too. Like, do you want Redfall under your brand, brand identity? But I kind of feel like you have to take the wins with all as a big team, take the wins with the losses, right? I don't know, Rand, how do you feel about it? Would you, if you were running Xbox, or had the virtue to run Xbox from day one, would you rebrand all the teams?
Maybe this is more. See, I know Blizzard does it, but this seems to be more like a East versus West scenario, right? Where Nintendo, unless they're purchased studios who already have a culture and a name and all that stuff, they get to keep that. But for the team behind Donkey Kong, they're just Nintendo. But if you asked, they'll be like, no, it's the same team that made Odyssey. And it's almost like where it's about the whole and not the individual groups. Where, I mean, there's pros and cons to both, right? Because like you said, if you're somebody that constantly puts out great stuff and it's like, oh, who's making that game? Oh, it's Nintendo. And it's all you need to know. It's like Nintendo. But then you look at it, how it works. There are studios, and there have been studios that have put out great things where people will be like, I will always buy this game from this studio. And, for a while there, it was BioWare. Like, people were like, whatever BioWare makes, I will purchase. From Knights of the Old Republic to, Mass Effects or whatever. Like, they're a brand unto themselves outside of, like, even EA. You know what I mean? Like Bethesda's a brand upon itself, even outside of like the Xbox brand. Like they each have their own sort of individuality and their own sort of fans they bring along. So like with Nintendo, you don't really get fans of outside of the super hardcore that would know, hey, it's production team 4. You just have fans of Nintendo. But there are fans of, like, say, PlayStation, for example, that are fans of not only PlayStation, but are huge fans of Naughty Dog, but maybe not fans of, like, Guerrilla Games, right? So you can, like, work at it both where, like, well, the public profile of something like Naughty Dog allows them to sell more copies than their contemporaries within the organization because they built up their profile to such a way that they're looked at as this like premier developer, and anything that they make is something all gamers should have their eyes on. So it raises the profile of Naughty Dog, right? And but then at the same time, you look like Nintendo, and while they don't have that for their individual studios, it's more like an overall, like, we're Nintendo, and it's almost like the loss of an individuality and brands within brands, where it's just the Nintendo brand, versus these other brands within brands. And I guess like you could argue like, well, what is the right way to go about it? It's almost, to me, it's almost like the difference between East and West, like philosophy in that regard, right?
Yeah,
where everybody's
yeah.
got a brand, and you know, even with like Xbox, it's like you have Xbox and how they're perceived as a brand, but then you have how the individual studios are perceived themselves. And some of them, you know, are up or some of them are down. Like, you know, there was a time 343 was, you know, their brand was higher than it is now as Halo Studios. And you, like I said, I think you can make pros and cons for each. Like if nobody knew, if there was no 343 and it was just Xbox Production Studio 8, would that be better or worse than it is now? Would people then be like, well, I'm still looking forward to this because it's that? Or like, oh, who's making this game? Oh, it's Blizzard Production Team number 2. The only people who are going to care about that are like the super hardcore. To everybody else, it's just Blizzard. And maybe that's better because then it just gives like, oh, it's Blizzard. Like it means something.
There was the whole like Blizzard North situation though back in the day.
Yeah.
And they got rid of that.
I mean, it's a very good question. Because
it is a good question.
I can see pros and cons to each one.
Yeah.
But then also
I might ask some industry people about that and post
maybe it also has to do with like because sometimes when studios get really big, the people within the studios become stars. Like Neil Druckmann.
Auteurs.
Yeah, or like, you know, Herman Hulstor, Rod Ferguson, or, you know, the people that are the heads because they're heads of these individual brands that are doing well. Or like the only one you rarely ever hear of at Nintendo is Miyamoto. Like I mean, and granted, I am somebody you probably shouldn't ask about Nintendo related things because I don't follow Nintendo very much. So I'm not sure if there's like, is there like a hot new upcoming dev at Nintendo that worked on Super Mario Odyssey is now working on Donkey Kong? They can be like, oh, that's them. But here in the States, everything's more individualized. So you could point to like Jade Raymond. Oh, it's Assassin's Creed, but also Jade Raymond. Jade Raymond's the star. Let's give her, you know, it's almost like football where, yes, it's a team. Not football that you're thinking of, Jez, like American football. Where it's like the team. We have offense and defense. But if the team's doing really well, who gets a lot of the praise? The quarterback. He's the leader of the team. He's the one with the ball in his hands. So if he's doing amazing, quarterback's the MVP and everyone loves him. But if the team's doing bad, oh man, the quarterback's a piece of garbage. Nobody likes him. Right?
What does a quarterback do?
I mean, he basically runs all the plays. He takes it, he either hands it off to the running back or he throws it to the receiver. He's basically the general of the team. But I'm saying the quarterback gets more praise than he should and also more blame than he should, considering it's a team game and there's also the defensive side of things. But he's front and center, right? It's his face. He's he's in control of the offense. So I sort of apply that to like the gaming industry where like all these people work on these games, right? Hundreds and hundreds of people. But with Grand Theft Auto, it was always the Hauser Bros, right? It's like, oh, look what Dan Houser did. Oh, look what Rod Ferguson did at the Coalition. But you don't have that in Nintendo. There's not like individuals.
This is deep.
It's all siloed, so it's just, oh, this is Nintendo Group number 4, but there's no standout developer, like there would be at these other studios, or like even how Kojima was like a standout developer at Konami for Metal Gear and all that sort of stuff. And I mean, not to say there isn't standout Japanese developers, because there are, like, you know, Kojima and Kamiya and you know, there's a whole bunch of them, Mikami and stuff. But like at Nintendo, the only one that really comes to mind is Miyamoto. And I'm just wondering if that's because of how Nintendo operates their internal studios, where like, who's the guy in charge of Pokemon? Who's that leader? Like, if it was an American studio, we would know like the studio head, and he'd be like the face of Pokemon. But because it's over there and it's Nintendo, it's just, you don't know, right?
You don't know.
So
Sure don't.
definitely a very interesting question. You can go either
Yeah,
ways
it is.
with it.
It's a good one. It's a good question.
Yeah, Silas always with the good questions. We got Rave Damos, who says, "Hey Rand, I got a question for you about reading. First, would you consider yourself an avid reader?" Yes, I would. I've read like 50 books this year so far. So
That's
I would consider myself an avid reader. I mean, I have different genres I read: fantasy, science fiction, horror, crime, thriller, mysteries. I'm kind of like spreading out into like crime, which is like the Lincoln Lawyer books I'm reading. Like those are kind of crime thrillers. But my bread and butter are, epic fantasy and science fiction and horror. But yes, I would consider myself an avid reader. And second, in a recent episode you mentioned being able to foresee the ending of Squid Game 3. Has it always been a skill of yours predicting how stories will end? Do you think reading a lot of books over the years has sharpened that ability? Have a wonderful weekend. I'm not sure I would always have that ability. Sometimes it's just basic storytelling. And granted, like if you read enough books, you will come across all the different tropes in these stories and can kind of look at it and base it off of how similar stories have gone, where you look at it and you're like, okay, this is very similar to this story, so I think this. Squid Game, I don't want to give it away, but as soon as like something was introduced, I was like, this is how this is going to play out because I can't see it playing out any other way. So they basically tipped the ending themselves. And maybe that was intentional, or maybe it wasn't, but it wasn't a surprise. And there are things, like I mentioned before about Kojima and Death Stranding 2, where there are things he did in that. And when I said he's got big balls, is because I could see some of those choices, people not jiving with him, or people not understand. Like, a lot of the people will say, although it was out left field, but for me, seeing how the story was presented and where it was going, it was like entirely too predictable. And I'm not saying predictable is bad, because you don't want something to like come out of nowhere, because in my opinion that's bad storytelling. And a lot of authors get away with it because of the unreliable narrator, right? It's where somebody's narrating the story, but it's like, oh, can you really trust them, right?
World of Warcraft's full of that right now. They're rejigging all of the lore by saying like everything that happened in the past was unreliable narrators and shit.
So there is some of that, and some of that works and some of that doesn't. But usually the really good ones will lay the tracks of where they're going. It's called foreshadowing. And they'll lay that, so like whatever twist happens, it's not just completely out of left field. It's been set up, and you can point to instances. And if you do read a lot of those books, if you do read a lot of fantasy, and if you do read a lot of sci-fi, and you do read a lot of horror and crime and mystery, those things, if the author's really good at it, you'll see them peppered throughout the story. And the more you read, the more you'll see it and you'll understand it. So then when you come across it in the game, it immediately like tickles the back of your mind and being like, wait a minute, what's this? Okay, I think this is going to happen. You know?
Do you know what subverted my expectations recently?
What?
Which is kind of crazy. The new Jurassic Park movie.
Yeah.
And it's ironic because it's almost like a shot for shot remake of the original, kind of in a new kind of paradigm, kind of. But
okay.
But I won't spoil it. But there was a couple of things that happened towards the end where I was like, holy shit, I did not expect that. But yeah, I think a lot of things are. It's very rare that you watch something these days where it's something completely new. Almost everything's already been done. Yeah. And even things that are new have been done in the past. It's just been so long that people have forgotten about it. Like, when I used to when I was much younger and much more naive, I used to think like World of Warcraft was the most original thing ever. But then like you play Warhammer, and it's like, oh, they just ripped off Warhammer. But then like after you've read Dune and then play Warhammer, it's like, oh, Warhammer ripped off Dune. Like all this stuff, right? It's hard to find things that are truly original because a lot of the cool shit has already been done.
I mean, you mentioned Dune, People watch the new Dune movie and they're like, wait a minute, that's just copying from Star Wars. And it's like, actually, Dune's older than Star Wars. So who do you think George Lucas was cribbing off of? And like Star Wars is an original story. It's your basic archetype of a hero's journey. You know, it's no different.
Like, don't they say Star Wars was cribbed from Akira Kurosawa
Or like
movies?
Buck Rogers, but I mean, even look at like something like Harry Potter, which I don't know if you saw those leaked the photos that came out from the set and how they're building like a classroom for these people to be in like classes for the next 10 years or whatever. So basically, they're going to be in school while they're filming, but they're also going to be in classes. And I sit there and I'm like, do we need a Harry Potter remake? They aren't that old. And the only way I can really think of it is like, it's just all about money. I mean, it's obviously it's always about money, but Harry Potter is not it's what 20 years old, and it's not like those. It's not old. It's not like those movies are aged badly. Yeah, I think a lot of them are really good. So like, okay, now you're doing a show for streaming. Are we gonna have a Harry? Like the one thing I hate about the modern streaming era of TV shows is the length in between these seasons. Like Sandman season 2 just released. It's been 3 years. 3 years since the last season. Like Last of Us season 2 just ended, and they're talking about like maybe 2.5 years to the next season, right? I hate this wait in between seasons. I mean, they're talking about a 4-year wait in between seasons of Three Body Problem, and then you wonder why a lot of these shows will get canceled in their second or third season. It's like, yeah, because you're not. Everyone forgot about it. Everybody moves on. Like, you got to strike that, which is why I'm happy Fallout is releasing this year, which, we all expected it to release next year, but I really, like hate the fact that you could watch something, you could really like it, and one, not even know if it's going to be renewed, but if it is renewed, you'd be sitting there for another 2 years. And not only that, it's going to be like 8 episodes instead of, what it used to be or whatever.
So I'm like someone who's ruining TV because I just never watch TV anymore. Like I don't watch shows. I don't really watch movies that often. Like I play games and then scroll on bloody YouTube Shorts and Instagram. I'm killing media, bro.
I guess you are.
It's me. It's me, bro.
Pat Rock says, do you think Halo should take the Resident Evil approach to games? Do remakes between the mainline games to keep both old and new fans interested? How would you go about this? I think I've literally talked about this before, about how I want Halo to go about it. Where I was like, Halo should follow the Resident Evil model of remake and then new game, and then like remake, new game. I think maybe it's a little bit harder to do because of the multiplayer aspect, because they're probably just looking to put out one game with the multiplayer component and have that multiplayer thing live on for a long time, right?
Well, there's rumors the CE doesn't have multiplayer, right?
Well, there's rumors that CE doesn't have a multiplayer, and there's rumors that there's a standalone multiplayer that Certain Affinity is doing that they took from the Battle Royale stuff, and then who knows what Halo 7 is or what have you. It's easier for Resident Evil because there's no multiplayer attached. And if there is a multiplayer attached, nobody gives a shit. Like Reverse, where they can do remake, new game, remake, new game, like remake, new game, right? You could do like Halo CE, and then Halo 7, and then Halo 2 and Halo 3 remake, and then Halo whatever, 8. Like, I think that could really work. You'd like modernize the, but then you got the whole multiplayer aspect, which Resident Evil doesn't have. So if you were to remake Halo 2, I think people would expect Halo 2's multiplayer to be included. But I think
what you do, right, is you probably make like a Halo Master Chief collection, but just for multiplayer. And then like every time you make, I mean, this obviously isn't going to happen, but this is like if there was infinite money and infinite devs and the perfect team and the perfect scenario, what I would do is like release a separate free-to-play multiplayer client with battle passes and all the rest of it that people expect now. And then like every time you release like a new, Halo campaign remake, you do like an update for that multiplayer client, which is like, this is the Halo 2 themed battle pass, and this is the Halo 3 themed battle pass, you know.
Yeah.
Just work it in like that, you know, weave it in. There's so many different ways to play Halo multiplayer right now, that it all does become kind of blurry and confusing, and you're just kind of adding complexity to that kind of scenario. So maybe the play really would be to attach Halo Infinite to it, because you know Halo Infinite is pretty damn great,
Yeah, but
you know, and
Halo Infinite's not growing,
underrated.
and it's not going to grow. You almost you
It's not
basically
growing, but
you
what if
have to start over essentially.
I don't? Do you though?
You absolutely have to.
I'm kind of imagining that Halo CE remake just has a link out to Halo Infinite multiplayer. Slap that shit on PlayStation.
But why not have a link
And then
out? Why not have a link out to Halo Master Chief Collection, where it actually is the Halo 1 multiplayer?
because you said it needs to be new.
Well, yeah, but I mean, but Halo Infinite's not. I mean, it's basically dead
It's
on
modern.
PC.
It's modern.
I don't really see being like, we're gonna repurpose Halo Infinite's multiplayer and keep it going. Like, you need to move on, and you need to start over completely fresh with something new. You can't.
I don't think Halo's ever going to be super big on PC.
Sure, I don't think so
It's a console
either.
game.
Sure, but I mean, how well is Halo doing on Xbox right now? Do we know?
I mean,
I would imagine if you look down the list,
know.
it's probably the lower of the top 50.
I have no idea.
So I don't know. I sort of feel like you need to just a complete reset, and you need to start over.
Yeah, maybe.
And I mean, I don't know what they do with the multiplayer portions of like Halo CE, because people are that's the difference between that and Resident Evil, because there's no expectations of multiplayer, where there are expectations of Halo. In fact, for Halo, a lot of people's early memories is the multiplayer, not necessarily the campaign. So, like we've talked about that. It's like, what do you include it? And if you do include it, do you just make it as it was? Which, sure, you'll please the hardcore fans, but are you actually going to get any new people to play it? Because I mean, you're talking about a multiplayer game that's 25 years old at that point. So, but then if you do change anything, the hardcore fans are going to be pissed. So their backs are up against the wall. So do you not even entertain that question and being like, we're not even going to do the multiplayer? We're just going to do the campaign? Because if we got this standalone multiplayer game coming from Concerned Affinity, we don't want it to compete with the campaign.
Is that even Halo?
Well, I don't even know. I'm just saying we're just talking because we don't know. It's just we'll see. I mean, clearly they don't care about like Gears Reloaded's multiplayer competing with Gears EA's multiplayer suite next year, right? It's like, hey, here's Gears multiplayer. Maybe they think by that time that the Gears EA comes out, people are just going to want to move on to that game anyways, right? I don't know. We got Sierra11 Kevin who says, hi, Rand and Jez. As always, appreciate you both. We appreciate you. So I got frustrated with Microsoft this week. I've been playing lots of Rematch and thought it would be a great game for both my daughters, who both like soccer. One of my daughters has her own Xbox, and my other daughter uses one that is my home Xbox. I bought the game for my daughter that has her own Xbox as a gift. What I completely blanked out on was she doesn't have Game Pass anymore. So I spent money on this game she can't play now because it's an online game. My question is, how long until Microsoft is comfortable enough they won't lose subscribers to the Game Pass basic tier if they drop the pay for multiplayer component? Paying for online is crazy. If Rematch was free to play, then she could be playing. It's just an outdated model for this. And for Rematch developers, sure, they got my money from the purchase, but it's hard to sell microtransactions if my daughter can't play it, so it still hurts them. While they will likely remove the pay for online requirement on the next console if it is a hybrid, I don't think they should wait that long. The hybrid part of the console will take up all the news, not dumping the paid online.
I mean, I agree that the paid online with Xbox is anachronistic. It shouldn't exist anymore. But I also think it's like there's a lot of money being factored in there still, you know. So Microsoft's probably like, we need something to replace this if we're going to get rid of it, or at least it doesn't fit the business model of this console, which is why maybe they're going to do it for next console, next gen only. Or maybe they're waiting for the ad-free tier. I mean the ad-based tier. Because one of the issues that platform holders have, and this is true both Xbox and PlayStation, and it's probably something you'll hear more about next year when they start introducing ads into free-to-play games, is that there's an increased amount of people who are economically inactive on Xbox and PlayStation. And these are basically people who play free-to-play games. They don't spend any money in the free-to-play games, but they're actively like using the servers, using the systems, and basically costing money. So platform holders are like increasingly thinking like, how do we monetize these users that aren't spending money? And like, I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, you start to see ads in Fortnite as well down the line. Much like there is in free-to-play mobile games, where you've got a mobile game which has microtransactions, and if you don't pay for any microtransactions, then they start showing you ads and stuff like that to monetize you that way. It was always kind of said that mobile gaming would impact console gaming, and it didn't seem like it was going to for a while, but over time, it's definitely started to now. So maybe they ditch the paywall for online play when they start adding ads into the system, and it's like, well, people don't want to pay for online. Maybe they agree to see an ad before the game loads up or something like that, which I agree isn't ideal. But, you know, revenue's always got to go up, right? Or profitability or whatever. So we'll see what happens. I think it sucks that the family pass never came to pass with Game Pass. And from what I heard, it was publishers who killed that, because they were like, we don't want people to get used to, you know, we don't want kids to grow up thinking that they'll never have to pay for a game or whatever. But I kind of feel like that ship has sailed with free to play and Roblox now, you know. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah. I mean, that sucks that basically you bought the game for her and then she can't play it, and you can't have her on because you already have another daughter who's on your home Xbox.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, so now I have to subscribe to Game Pass Core, which costs me $10 a month. Which,
Yeah,
you
it
know,
sucks.
it's a one of those things where how long is she gonna actually play it for? Where you could, you know, sign up monthly for it, and then once she stops playing it, you cut it off. But I get it, you know. That whole system is a
It's
little
just
bit archaic,
yeah,
and
it's inconvenient too. Like I don't know why. Like at the very least, there isn't a family plan for Core, because like there's no games on Core that publishers could be pissed about. Like I feel like if you're all in the same household, you shouldn't have to spend multiple times to get online. I think that's
yeah,
ridiculous. You know,
we
but
got
Xbox has always been that way.
we got Chris M, who says, "Hey guys, hope you're having a great week so far. As CBS announces the end of the Late Show as a whole, not just Colbert, after a 33-year run, I wonder if there's again potential parallels between the changes media entities are having to undergo. If we assume the show isn't being canceled for political reasons, then it makes sense that the late night TV just doesn't work for networks anymore like it did in the 90s and the 2000s. People watch clips on YouTube before the show even airs now, so they're changing their path forward. If applied to video games, wouldn't it stand to reason that the changes we're seeing in the industry, from subscription services to what seems to be the reduction or ending of exclusivity, are simply adjustments to the times, because the practices of the 90s and the 2000s don't really work anymore for gaming either? I know Nintendo is an outlier here, but could that just be a combination of incredible brand power and the fact Nintendo generally doesn't waste hundreds of millions of dollars on experimental games? They seem to play it very safe with their products and games, at least since the Wii U era. Hope you both have a great weekend, and I look forward to the show."
No, we talked about this earlier. I think you're completely right that like shows being cancelled and stuff like that are reflect changing user habits. Like obviously we don't get the Late Show in the UK or Germany or anything. But I've even seen clips of it on YouTube and stuff, like the good stuff, right? I think that's one of the reasons why WWE flipped over to Netflix. because WWE was probably facing this issue as well. And it's probably genius of the WWE to have done this when they did, because I think they probably knew that their time with standard TV networks is up. I think TV as a concept is just changing so rapidly
TV's
now.
still big for live stuff. Live sports is still big on TV. Is like, I think the thing here with, and it's funny you mentioned it, because me and Jez actually talked about the Late Show before we got on the show today. We were talking before, and I actually mentioned that to him, and they said it's just a financial decision. And I think some of them asked, like, didn't you mention that maybe has something to do with the lawsuit or a potential sale of the company or whatever the hell it might be.
Yeah.
But they said it's just a financial decision, meaning like, we pay these people like they're top stars, like Colbert or Kimmel or Fallon, but the ratings they bring in on these shows are basically so minuscule compared to what Leno was pulling in the 90s, or even what, like, before, I forget who was the host of the Tonight Show before that. When people actually Conan, but then the person actually before Leno, and like when like Letterman was doing his war with Leno and stuff, like back then when you actually would get millions upon millions of people watching, because there wasn't cable yet, or there was cable but there wasn't really internet. Oh, but now there's internet, and now there's actually shows on here. Now there's all these different things taking up time, and nobody watches TV like they used to. But the TV shows, nobody watches TV like they used to, but they still program it exactly like how they used to. Meaning, here are these late night talk show hosts that do these shows at 10:30 at night, at least here in Chicago. It's after the local news. But nobody watches TV at that time anymore. Like, it's not much watch TV, and like you said, all the clips are posted to YouTube. They're posted on Twitter, they're posted on TikTok or whatever, so you don't need to actually sit down and watch it. And I think I said to you, I just don't understand why they don't just put those shows on at like 8 o'clock or 7 o'clock or something. Like, why wait until that time period? It's a relic of a bygone era where people wanted to watch something funny after like their dose of local news, and you would have Johnny Carson. He's the guy I couldn't remember. Johnny Carson would come on, and he'd have his movie stars come out, so you could finally, here's Burt Reynolds, or here's Mel Gibson, like the latest movie star, that's promoting their movie out, and you can see him, and he's being funny, and here's some comedians. Like, it was like, oh, this is some good content to watch before you go to bed, make you laugh, get a taste of celebrity life and all that stuff. But they're still trying to apply those old rules into an era that has clearly changed, where people aren't watching it. They're not watching it at that time slot. If they're seeing it, it's because it's clips on the internet. But you're still paying these people like they're Johnny Carson, and like it's actually relevant anymore. I just don't understand why they're still following those old, because this is the way it's always worked.
Everything's changing so fast. Everything.
Yeah. So it's like, yeah, and you look at it with the games. Like, games has always worked this way, where you made exclusives for the platform, and then people buy this thing. Like, that's how it's always worked. But now, it's not working like that anymore. Not saying that nobody's done exclusives, but that Xbox is putting their games elsewhere. And here's PlayStation putting Helldivers on Xbox, which was something, Jez, you would say that you thought would never happen. I mean, who knows if it?
Yeah, I didn't.
Because there's a lot of because I don't know if you've seen, but a lot. I saw Push Square being like, Xbox fans are begging for Spider-Man now. Like, because like they made a tweet.
I did get a bunch of DMs, people asking me about that.
Yeah, we're not, now. It's like
Spider-Man will come.
Any tweet about like any sort of thing from the PlayStation studios is like, could this mean this? And it's like, that's what sort of happens when you open up the Pandora's box, because once you're like, hey, Sea of Thieves and stuff is coming over. Yeah, I mean, the PlayStation fans, even if the plan was at that point, it's just these 4 games and it's none others. That's not the message you're actually sending, because you're sending the possibility, and for some, that's all you need, is just the possibility that the door is open just a crack. And Sea of Thieves actually sold really well. and the test was successful, so let's bring everything over. So anytime Xbox announces a game, it's like, where's the PS5 version? Where's the PS5 version? Indiana Jones. And that's something they did to themselves. But now PlayStation essentially cracked open that box as well. So people never expected Helldivers 2, and people had made arguments about why would Sony put their game... Nobody buy games on Xbox. Nobody, not a single person buys games on Xbox. Everybody knows this as a fact within the industry. Yet all these publishers and developers still put their games on Xbox for unexplained reasons. And now Sony, someone who's never put a game on Xbox before, that they were in full control of outside of, MLB and Marathon and, the Death Stranding, suddenly they're like, we're going to put a game on Xbox. But I thought all the industry knew that nobody buys games on Xbox. So why is Sony putting games on Xbox knowing that Xbox doesn't sell any games? At least it's the narrative that everybody tries to present as like why they wouldn't do it. But now they are. Yeah. So what's changed? And it's like, clearly this was 10 years ago. None of this would be happening. But it is happening. Will it go more beyond that? We'll see. Right? I mean, who really knows? But again, 10 years ago, Fortnite didn't exist. And these live service games weren't a problem. People would go from game to game to game. They would play a game, go to the next game, play a game, go to the next game. I'm not saying multiplayer games didn't exist, because obviously Call of Duty was always coming out every single year. But people would move from the multiplayer of the one to the next game to play the multiplayer of that one. It wasn't until like Fortnite hit and started making all that money in 2018? But realistically, the pandemic, right? That's when it blew up. Everybody's at home. Everybody's playing Rainbow Six Siege. Everyone's playing Fortnite. Everyone's playing PUBG. Everyone's playing Warzone. And then here we are 5 years later, and the games that were still popular then are still the same games being played now, because they're like, why are we going to stop development and make something brand new when we already have the moneymaker right here? And that's affected people who are like, well, you know what? Now I don't even need to spend money to enjoy myself on console. I can just buy skins. I saw some Call of Duty Warzone thing today where they just included American Dad and whatever.
Oh my God, and so bad. And it's so like, cringe.
But guess what? People talk about voting with your wallet, where it's like, oh my God, they've ruined Call of Duty. And how could anybody, I don't want to play.
Dude, the thing is, I had a viral tweet, man. I tweeted, what did I tweet? Someone posted, it wasn't the American Dad thing. It was the one before that.
It was the Beavis and Butthead one, right?
Beavis and Butthead, yeah. I quote tweeted the Beavis and Butthead update. And I was like, I just tweeted something like, God, I hope Battlefield 6 lands. Right. And that tweet went viral. It got like over 1 million reach and stuff. And it's like, there's a lot of people who are like vocally wanting a more pure Call of Duty experience. But those people aren't spending the money.
Exactly. So what happens if Battlefield 6 hits and they got to include skins like Beavis and Butthead and stuff to keep the money train rolling, right?
Oh, man.
Because clearly that's what people want. So you can vote with your money all you want, or your wallet all you want. We say that all the time. You don't like it, don't buy it. But just remember, there are always people who will vote with their wallet. And why do you think you're constantly getting these collaborations in Fortnite where it makes sense, but in Warzone where it doesn't? It's because people want them and they're willing to spend their money to get what they want. And Call of Duty and Activision are just providing them with the things they want, because if they weren't selling, they wouldn't do it. Right?
Yeah.
But that goes in the whole thing of like how gaming has changed. Because this wasn't a problem 10 years ago. This wasn't even a problem like really 7 years ago. It's a problem now because you can get all you want from these games. Hell, you could play them for 400 hours and never spend a single dime. And gaming has become so expensive where, I mean, one of the things we wanted to talk, I mentioned the thing was the budget for Blade. Now, the budget for Blade's not exorbitant. I don't know if you saw it, right? It was like $100 million, at least right now.
Yeah.
Which
not
seems
exorbitant.
It doesn't seem like
a lot to me.
It does, but when you have Wolverine maybe being 300, 400 million, and when you have the Call of Duty games being $500 million, and when you have Grand Theft Auto 6 being $1 billion or whatever, $100 million Marvel game doesn't really seem that expensive, right? In comparison. So
You're right.
what needs to shift? You have all these huge games that constantly take up everybody's time and their money, and there's less people that want to jump from game to game.
Well,
So it's like,
this is why Microsoft's betting so much on cloud, because it's like we eliminate that barrier, right? We eliminate the upfront cost of buying an Xbox, and the next Xbox is going to be even more expensive, presumably. So, like, if you've got a cloud system that's pre-installed on Samsung TVs and through other strategic partnerships, like one thing you've got to expect with the next gen of cloud is that like you'll get an Xbox Samsung TV. Maybe it's even got a chip in it that helps with some of this stuff. Not necessarily like, running the games natively, but maybe it comes bundled with a controller like the MetaQuest or something like that. That's where Microsoft's thinking with some of this stuff is let's eliminate the barriers to gaming and let's try and create new gamers, because like you said, everything's changing and different and scary, and I don't like it. I want to go back to the way things were, Rand.
I know you do, Jez. I know.
I want to just go back to being a kid, listening to Celine
I
Dion,
know. You want to belt out top of your
Yeah.
voice, like, yeah. Scary out there. But it's just like the TV needs to change with the time. Like the whole late night format was a relic of the past that they were holding on to for whatever reason.
Yeah.
And it's like, why not change it? Why not do something different? I mean, they're not even just a new host. They're ending it after 33 years. Nope, it's over. Which is like
33 years? I didn't realize it was that
well, yeah, I
old
mean,
school.
because that was like Letterman did it before, Colbert. I forget who was, I mean, it's been on for a long time, right?
Mm.
And so it's an institution and it's been on that long, but it's like we're not doing this anymore. But it's like I just wonder, like, well, why not move it to a different time slot? I don't know, but things need to change as everything changes around them, and I think that's one of those things that they didn't want to change. So it's like, well, we're just going to get rid of it completely, and maybe there's only a not much longer until they cancel the Tonight Show or the Jimmy Kimmel Show, or they try to salvage it by moving it to different times because nobody's tuning in to watch this stuff at like 10:30 or 11 o'clock.
This is why, like, I wrote an article recently that it wasn't a particularly great article. I don't think I really came across with the point I wanted to make. It was about the shitification of Windows and Xbox and stuff like that, and how like the sort of the hollowing out of the good features to maximize profitability and stuff like that. It's like a late stage capitalism kind of thing. I mean, it's none of this is new as a new concept, but you have to look at things like TV shows. Like one way that TV channels can boost their margins is switch it up to reality TV, because like if it's reality TV, you don't have to pay anyone. It's reality, quote unquote, right? That's why reality TV became so big over the last like however many years. And there was a point in time where MTV was like where you go to discover music, but like with the rise of new ways of discovering music, Spotify, LimeWire, Pirate Bay, and all that kind of stuff, right? Even MTV was like, okay, well, the only way we're going to boost margins now is to basically switch to a model that is entirely cheap reality TV stuff. And I think like it sort of underpins all the diversity of ways people can feel entertained now. Back in the day, before social media and addictive algorithms and all that kind of shit, gaming was the thing. But even then, like, gaming was like prohibitively costly for a variety of reasons, and access was an issue. And I think that's why, like, I think the bet on cloud gaming is a good one, because it eliminates some of those issues that were prevalent in the past, But we'll see what happens. It's all fun and games.
Let's see here. What else we got? We have Panda Man, who says, "Hey guys, I know you hate Nintendo. No, we don't hate Nintendo. I'm just apathetic towards them. But the Switch 2 is great. It doesn't run like a toaster, and that is an improvement. What would push you over to buy a Switch 2? As a reminder, it's an Xbox as well. Have a good weekend." It is an Xbox as well, but I already have an Xbox, so I don't really need a Switch 2. What would put me If there's
I
enough
actually know what
games,
will push
if
me
there's
over.
enough games on there that I wanted to play, that would be it. But like, I'm not a big fan of Nintendo's franchises, and I don't know if there ever would be enough outside of like, hey, I just got $1,000 for free. Let me go get the Nintendo Switch 2 where it doesn't impact, my budget. I'm not sure.
Mm.
I'm not sure there's much they could do, honestly. Because I'm not like the biggest fan of any of their franchises. Like Zelda doesn't do anything for me. Mario really doesn't do anything for me. Kirby doesn't do anything. Like I've only really been a fan of Metroid, and it's like Metroid Prime 4. Yeah, I'm interested in it, but I'm not interested in spending $600 for one game. I've never been a fan of Donkey Kong, so like Donkey Kong doesn't instinctively like say anything to me. So even if it was two games I was interested in, that's still two games for 600. It's a tough sell. But that's for me. I don't know. Jez, do you have a when it would become something you might consider?
I would, if it had Xbox Cloud Gaming on it,
Okay.
and I don't think it ever would because Nintendo, they want you to buy games on their system. But if I could do more with it, like cloud gaming, whatever. But like I say, like Nintendo would never do it. There'd have to be a lot of games that I'd be really interested in. But like you, I'm not really interested in most of Nintendo's franchises. I just never had the nostalgia for it, you know.
Mm.
I do like and respect Nintendo. Like I know I clown on Nintendo, but like I respect the creativity in the industry and and obviously the influence it's had. I just never was a Nintendo kid because their shit was prohibitively expensive when I was younger, you know? Mm.
We got Lee Sanders who says, with the removal of video and TV from the store, I'm quite miffed after building a sizable library on my Xbox for years. Yes, I can still access them, but the complete cutoff is baffling. Does make me concerned for this new future of digital.
It was so weird because they did it so abruptly. They actually the you can still go into the Xbox now and access the store page, and it's just all bugged out with errors. It's like this is the most strange, abrupt cancellation ever. It's like it was decided overnight. It's kind of like if you are going to cancel this shit, wouldn't you at least remove the section or put up a message on the page saying like, okay, this shit's gone now, sorry. But like if I go to the Microsoft store on PC right now, it hasn't been updated. Oh, actually, it has been updated now. So yeah, so okay, it's gone. It's gone on PC. But like, if I go on Xbox, let's have a quick look on Xbox. Maybe he's gone now, and I'm just talking a load of shit. If I go on the Xbox store on PC, it's also gone. So yeah, it's gone now. Rip in peace. So it wasn't gone this morning. I guess they were still updating it or whatever, but now there's an app section, game section, home section, hardware section. You can buy the Xbox Wireless Controller Doom Dark Ages Edition for £74.99 if you want, Rand. Do you have any custom controllers, Rand? Do you ever buy those?
Custom?
Random aside.
Like, what do you mean by
No.
custom?
Like the Doom controller.
No. I have like custom control. I got the Xbox 20th anniversary controller. And I got the Forza Horizon 5 controller. But I haven't bought a new controller in a while. So
yeah, it's all the media is completely gone from that section though. So, but yeah, it still seemed abrupt, but it's also just not a surprise. Not enough people were using it to justify having the team that was maintaining it from a business perspective, because obviously they had to cut deals with license holders and maintain those and keep paying for the licenses and all that kind of shit. Blah 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 blah. And they need those devs to work on other things now. Yeah, my films and TV app just got updated on Windows as well. And now there is a message that says Microsoft will no longer be making movies and TV content available for purchase. You can continue to view your purchase content using this app, however. So yeah, it's so random. And like it's just like a graveyard of old stuff I purchased. I got a bunch of really cool movies on there, man. Lost Highway, Jacob's Ladder, the Blade trilogy, relevant. All of the Aliens movies. Yeah, that's kind of sucks. Final Destination 1. Star Wars movies, the Harry Potter movies, and Rand, 20 series of the Kardashians.
Oh my lord.
20. I've got 20 seasons of the Kardashians on Xbox Movies and TV. And I watched that while listening to Celine Dion.
Oh, we got Kudo Khan who says, hello, Rand and Jez. So we've heard that about 200 employees were canned to King. Should we care? I mean, it's only mobile gaming. I doubt anyone who listens to this podcast or is a Patreon member would seriously suggest that mobile gaming is serious gaming. Real gaming is on console or PC.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, some of these mobile games, people hook up a mouse and keyboard and they go hard, man. And there's like esports tournaments with prizes that are like tens of thousands of dollars. Actually, that's a good point. What the fuck happened to esports? Literally nobody talks about it anymore. Do you remember when everyone thought esports was going to be the next big thing?
Yeah.
And now it's just not.
Yep.
Everything's changed, bro.
Everything has changed. Yeah, I mean, most hardcore gamers would say mobile stuff doesn't matter to them. I would imagine most people probably don't care about the King layoffs, but as part of like Xbox and part of the reasons they bought Activision, it's like, but I thought you were all about that Candy Crush money, you know? And I think a lot of the headlines were what? It was basically like, hey, the AI that they built are taking their jobs, so it like kind of turned into the whole anti-AI thing, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't really have much to say about mobile games. I don't really care about that, so.
Yeah, I don't either, but I mean, I did enjoy Warcraft Rumble for a bit, but they've shut that down now as well. Rip.
Let's see. Is there anything else, or did we get to the last one? Let me refresh real quickly. Nope, that is the last one. So, yeah, that is last Patreon question. So it's funny because Jez said to me before the show today, he was like, oh, "It'll be a shorter show today. Not much happened. It's gonna be like 2 hours, and here we are, over 4 hours already." I guess we just can't do a short show. I don't know what it is. No matter what happens, somehow we're able to pull this off. But I mean, we did have a lot of tangents about Rand at grammar school and bully, and don't forget like Jez's whole thing about his Celine Dion teenage experience.
Celine Dion is a multi award winning singer, Yeah. And I wasn't a teenager, man. I was like 8 years old or something.
8 years old. He's like, "Ma, can I?" Yeah, and you said you use your own money, so we'll have to bring that up next week. But thank you guys. That'll be the end of the show. Hit the like button if you haven't already. Subscribe to the channel if you're new. Check out the Patreon, patreon.com/XB2. We get exclusive access to Xbox 2+1 and the Xbox Ultimate podcast and question and answer thread and shout outs and all that good stuff. And check out our sponsor for this episode, Surfshark. We give 86% off 2-year deal. Links in the description as well as pinned in the comments. Thank you guys for hanging with us for these 4 hours. Thank you to everybody listening to us on Spotify and Apple and wherever you listen to podcasts later. You're just as important as everybody else. Chilling here with us live on YouTube, whether they're chatting it up or super chatting or dropping memberships or just lurking. We appreciate all the support that we get.
You're awesome.
And I guess with that said, Jez, we'll see you next week, probably on Tuesday, for a special, Xbox Ultimate or Xbox 2+1. But we will be back for sure Friday next week, last week of July. Hopefully everybody has a great weekend. And keep it gaming, everybody.
Keep it
Later.
gaming.